full of handy tips and hints for all levels. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she teaches us how to create basic canes, kaleidoscope canes, bead shapes and much more. To get your hands on a copy, phone our call centre now on 0800 644 655.
Buying jewellery online from us has just become even easier with our new streamlined checkout service. We've made some little changes to make our website more accessible for all of the different ways you shop online, and now it's even easier using a mobile phone or tablet. Once you have added your items to your shopping basket, you can decide to check out now or save for later. Saving an item for later means you can easily find them in your own time, but don't forget to check back soon, as all our items are selling fast. One of just a few changes that will make buying jewellery from us even easier.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled, and what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Hello and welcome to the Designer Day, time special with myself and the gorgeous designer herself, the beautiful, the irrepressible, the marvellous, the talented Linda. Good morning, good afternoon, oh my word, I've looked it up already.
Yeah, I know,
good
yeah.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, what a build up that was, thank you for that.
Well, it's all true, it's
I thought
all
you
true.
were thinking somebody else was that stood here.
As if we've had the morning show and the evening show, so now I've got to get used to saying good afternoon. My name is Fee, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Now, today's show, the daytime show, is all about spending time with our wonderful designers, looking at their prolific designs, and really going step by step with you and through that journey of the actual designs. Now, Linda has been working with a Soutache kit, and she's also been working with our, let me just remind myself, our bronze and our Sari and our copper and our golden Sari material designer kits. We've got two exemplary star buys as well today. So what we'll be doing is journeying together through the designer side of these inspirational pieces, but also being able to bring you the actual pieces that you need to create these designs, as well as some other pieces within there that we'd like to intermingle so that you can enjoy the next 4 hours with us. So two key pieces I really want to point out to you are my star buys. Now, they will happen at the end of the hour, about 10 to 5. One of which is this luxurious strand of absolutely wine-infused, fiery garnet. Those rich reds of a beautiful Rioja wine, delicious drops of light and luster and richness and berry red goodness. This is a sensational strand. I only have 130. I wish I had 530, because when you see what we're going to do in terms of the price, because we are in the early stages of our designer day shows, you will want to have that. It is absolutely unmissable, and it's those perfect wine reds, those rich Christmassy reds, those mulled wine reds that are going to look absolutely fantastic in your designs. I'm talking top end garnets. Look at that luster. I also have for you brand new, a sensational new tool, and again coming up at the end of the hour, our crimping tools. Here they are, brand new, with a lovely comfort grip. And well, I'm a creature who loves a bit of sparkle, but they've got that extra comfort grip there, the extra sparkle there, brand new crimping pliers there as well. So they're my two star buys at the end of the hour. To get you started, what I'd like to do is have a little look at our first designer inspiration kit with Linda, but I just want to show you 200 meters as well of my threading essentials, because essentially when you've got your kits from us, which has threading material within it, which sometimes has the wire, obviously the silver findings or gold, sometimes we need some extra. So I've got my fabulous organza ribbon. Now, I know you use the organza ribbon both functionally and for other elements of craft making and clothes making and wrapping presents. Now, I've got 2 bags of the ribbons, each of these ribbons. Now, just remind me, it has how many meters in it, darling? The ribbons, 100 meters, isn't it? 10 meters per colour. And they're usually cut into 2 lots of 5 meter strips. Now, we're going to give you 2 lots, so 200 meters, 20, if you like, of the packs itself, plus the elastic. Now, we've got the yellow, we've got the banana yellow, we've got the gold, we've got the peach, we've got the red, turquoise, hot pink, royal blue, apatite blue, amethyst purple, rich deluxe purple, mint, fresh green, salmon, white, rose pink, evergreen, gold. This is a great offer. I don't have many of these, so if you want to add these, think about those Christmas presents, think about wrapping through and around your wire, think about your Soutache. We've also got 2 spools. Oh, we've got the peridot green there as well of my elastics. That's 20 spools of the elastic as well, in the black, the red, the yellow, the brown, the apatite, the orange, the lemon, the pink, the evergreen, and the purple. So you're getting 20 spools of the coloured elastic, 200 meters of the organza ribbon. Now, I don't know about you, but I've still got loads of this left. I use it for wrapping the presents, for tying the bows in the hair, for just finishing off little when you do little elastic stretchy bracelets. I mean, there's just so much colour there, and they go like hot cake. So if you've already started your ordering with Jenny, you've already opened up your order. Normally, just one of these packs would be as little as $6.95. But we're going to bring you a fantastic price for 1, 2, 3, 4 packs. So you've already started your order, you know you roll over that 1 postage and packaging price, you know you're ringing a free phone number, it's $7.95, bring out the balloons, absolutely, party! I'll say $6.95 just for one of these packs. You know, one of these packs of the ribbons, $6.95, and that's brilliant because it's working out at 69p per, per 10 meters of ribbon. So, but we're going to give you an extra 10 packs. So you're getting 20 of those plus 20 spools of the coloured elastic. Now we can get the youngsters involved, we can get the oldsters involved, the midsters, it doesn't really matter. For £7.95, you need to get involved and you need to be dialing that free phone number. You know you're just rolling over that one postage packaging price. These will be so essential. I do actually love them for finishing the presents. I know it's that time of the season. When you want to bunch little stretchies together, I've seen Linda do little bows on the top of little droplet earrings, very feminine, very pretty. When you finish off a brooch, sometimes just put a little bow on the top. Actually threading through, bunching up, you know, like a concertina effect. That's very effective as well. Oh, what other ideas have we got, Linda, with the ribbons? I mean, they just go on and on, don't they, darling?
Yes, I'm getting a really good name for messing up a demonstration on a woven ribbon. I tend to have a foggy moment on them. But a really nice thing to do, particularly with all the colours, is to do this, which I will demonstrate and I will concentrate on it and I will get it right.
She will.
But it's a really nice way because then you sew gemstones onto it.
Yes, so I actually sew them on, yeah.
There's an artist I was looking at this morning, there's an artist who only works with ribbon, stiff ribbon, and with the organzas as well, who makes very, very big catwalk structural pieces that are amazing. And all it is ribbon and sewing.
Ribbon and sewing?
Yeah, sewing on gemstones and beads. Yeah.
So effective.
Yeah.
And this is a bargain, £7.95.
Absolute bargain.
Lots of people there taking advantage. So I'm not going to lie, there's going to be a bit of a queue of over a minute on our free phone number. But as you know, that is, just to stress that again, a free phone number. You're ringing from a local landline. And of course, on www.jewellerymaker.com, you're rolling over that one postage and packaging price. It essentially looks like it's almost charging you it, but it doesn't once it adds up at the end of the day. So you're not paying $2.95 again to add this to an order that you already placed with Jenny or Hannah this morning. So that's $7.95 JAGC70 just to get our designer day rocking and a rolling. Please don't miss out. It's going very fast. We're already, look at that, we're already in the purple. The limited stock, 20 spools of the elastic and 20 of the organza ribbon, and all those different colours. Not a repetition of the two of the same pack. It's 20 different colours there, different shades of the green and the blues and the pinks. All right, I'm just going to put that to the side because Linda is here with us for a reason, to show us her designer inspired pieces, but to spend more time. It's almost like having Linda for a whole 4 hours and just having the time to spend on, you know, 2 very detailed masterclasses, which I know that's something you said you wanted to see more of. So in fact, while we're on the subject, text me into 60777 what you'd like to see more of in the designer-led days, because obviously this is a new format for us and we want to respond to your demand and what you want to see. So 60777. I'll put it on my Facebook page as well, Fiona Egan, if you look for that. Let me know on my Facebook page, let us know on our Jewellery Maker website or Facebook page. But let's know on 60777. Start your message JM Studio. And of course, while Linda's shown us demonstrations of something specifically you'd like to ask for today, then please text us in. Your normal text charges apply, but just start your message James Studio and let us know what you want to see, or if you'd just like to ask Linda a question on 60777, because this is an interactive show and it's more about you than it is about me. So do let us know. Now we're going to start with our first fantastic kit. Now, am I right? It's the Soutache, isn't it? It is the Soutache. It's the monochrome Soutache, and we will be introducing you to another Soutache in the pastels after we've spoken with Linda and seen the demonstration. But what we like to show you is essentially what Linda has been using. So if you want to get involved, this is your opportunity as well. So it's the monochrome Soutache, and it is an incredible art form. If you've never worked with this, we do have our DVD as well on our website, and on the YouTube there are certain demonstrations. But what have we got? Well, I will start with the gemstones because I'm gem mad. So you have this incredible pendant, this gorgeous monochromatic pendant. It's an agate, if I'm not mistaken, with a bit of the quartz showing through there. Now, Linda's, again, you'll notice is very different. It can be placed sidewards or vertically. There is no drilling point within it because that's the Soutache creating the framework. So this is my black and white agate faceted pendant, and you'll notice it's flat on the underside, and that is deliberate for placing on how would you describe this? It's like a beautiful velour backing, isn't it? Is the
Yes.
material
I mean, basically,
word for it?
you can, we'll explain when you come over to me, but I've got a slightly different backing foundation at the
Right.
minute, only because we're out of stock.
Okay.
But we can also use this ultra suede as well.
The ultra suede, thank you, Linda. The ultra suede backing, and that's why the back is flat. You'll see why when we go through the demonstration. But that's why the top is faceted to create all that luster, and you've got that wonderful patterning, but flat on the underside for the actual placing of your backing, the ultra suede, and your Soutache ribbon, which is right here. Now we have it in the gorgeous silvery. It's almost like a gunmetal silver, you know, darker than the silver, but not grey, because there is that lovely shine. And we've also got the herringbone weave on that as well in the silver and white. So you get the Soutache beadsmith ribbon cords as well in those two different styles. So very dynamic in the actual placing of the Soutache cord as well. You also get the glue itself, your Loctite super glue. Now I know you can get this in your supermarkets, but the large tubes anyway, you're usually looking at about £6 anyway for your Loctite super glue. But what I like about this, it's already got the nib on there, so you don't get that great big globule. You've got more of a direction to place it onto your Soutache pieces. It doesn't get all over the fingers, and that extra security cap there as well. And then the gemstones that can be incorporated within the Soutache design and around the necklace area or whatever, which way you take it. We have our rutilated black and white quartz. Now these look to me, I'm going to double check with Philip, my producer. These are the 4mm, am I right? I'll just check and see if we've got a carat weight for you as well. 4mm, 43 carats. And then I've also got this is my, I'm looking, it looks to me like 8mm. 6, sorry, beg your parsnips. And it's 80 carats. Now, is this my agate or my onyx? It's hard to tell with this is my black onyx browns, okay. So there we have it. It's important to distinguish, because sometimes, you know, those black tourmalines, those black spinels, those onyxes and those agates can look very similar. So this is actually my onyx. So these are your gemstones as well that you're getting in your monochromatic Soutache kit. Now, this is fantastic given what we are experiencing this autumn in terms of the fashions, because you've seen it back again, yet again, very hot on the catwalk is the monochromatic look. It's one of the big looks this winter. It's back in again. I was only there talking with Sheila there the other day as well, how I saw this lady in this sort of white skirt, then, or it might have been a white dress, but she had the black opaque tights. And I always think white trousers, white skirt, you always think summer, but she looked fantastic. It was very sort of Mary Quant,
That's
sort
right.
of 60s.
Yeah, I think, that has been mentioned, that's very geometric as well.
Very geometric, and it's another big look again this winter, which is why we're giving it to Linda today, and she's come up trumps with a fantastic design to take us through. Now this is where you can experience Soutache, understand Soutache. I had a lady with us on Thursday with Sheila and I, and she said she came in to do a workshop because she'd lost her mojo. She'd stopped experimenting with other designer formats. She had reached a sort of a point where, I suppose, like writer's block, designer's block. She needed to take her designs further, start using different mediums. And that's what I would say about the Soutache. It's very accessible, as Linda will show us. And if you're experiencing a bit of a designer block, or you just think, I've done all I can go, or all I think I could do on this, I really need to expand further, then I can highly recommend trying it out today with this kit, because we're going to spend a good hour with Linda or so, and she'll take you through it step by step, just to show you how accessible it is. So we've put everything that you need to get you started in your Soutache format. To buy it all separately from JewelleryMaker, it would be as little as £47, because obviously these independent components from JewelleryMaker, I'm not making price comparisons elsewhere, but from JewelleryMaker, these independent components, you'll be looking at £46.95. But we want you to get started. There are regulars who are already fully versed in the Soutache format. We want you to get involved as well. So let's go lower than £47 and introduce it today in our designer day, £29.95. So basically an £18 saving there, isn't it? Almost £19. So we've gone from £47 to 30, so £17 saving there. An incredible saving, but only if you're taking advantage. So have that code jotted down. You know, the other thing is as well, get it now, get it while it's available, get it while we've got the bundle available. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. If it's a thing after we've spent our time together with Linda, you think, I'm not sure, you know, you can have your fully refundable money-back guarantee, but don't leave it till an hour's time, maybe when the kit's all sold out. So take advantage now on our free phone number. There's a lot of you there on the phone, and well done on the website. Let me just show you that pendant again, because yours will be slightly different. They're all original. This is unique. That's what's so beautiful about using real gemstones. And from our own price points on our website, you're looking at £47, but we're giving it to you today for £29.95. And of course, you can incorporate other gems, other Soutache ribbon if you've got that, or bought it from our website, of course. But we put it all together in one very bang-on trend monochromatic parcel, so that you can get it today for as little as £29.95. And when you see the piece, one of the pieces Linda was able to make from this kit, you'd pay that, I think, hands down for the necklace she's created, quite frankly. But it's a wonderful, very accessible format, and I urge you, if you lost your mojo needs reinventing, you want to experiment further, or you know someone that's really good at the jewellery making, or even just starting out on this new journey, and you're thinking, I want to get them something for Christmas or their birthday, then with a third of the stock already allocated, jump on this now, because I don't know anyone that doesn't like the monochromatic. The black and white, you can't go wrong, can you, Linda? You seriously can't.
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you when you come over how impressed I am with this particular kit that we've got today. It's a first for me on one of those strands, and I'm really impressed with it.
Exactly. Actually, Sheila did her first Soutache with me on Wednesday.
She did.
Yeah,
yes,
beautiful.
I was there the night before. And,
she says, don't look at the back, Fiona.
She was doing it, yes, she was getting on fantastic.
It was fantastic.
It was beautiful. It was on one of those shells, wasn't
yes.
It? It was lovely, yes.
You wouldn't have known it was her first ever attempt, I'll tell you that now.
No,
it was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not just saying this, but Sheila was quite nervous about it, and look what and that's her first attempt.
Exactly, and it came out brilliantly.
Yes.
And I know it won't be her last attempt, but I guess you are sometimes nervous. But that's the whole point now of having this time with you today, so we can assuage those, assuage those fears and get you involved. So let's go see Linda. Excuse me, I'm just going to have a drink of gin on the way because it's Saturday.
Ooh.
I went to see Billy Joel Wednesday, Linda, and he had a mug on his piano as big as mine.
Did he really?
Yeah.
My gosh.
First time I've ever seen that.
Gin though, was it? Oh, a lovely pretty hair grip you've got.
Right, well, I brought it over with me in case you want to reference anything. But
yes,
you've got yours.
I could do with the cabochon, that's all.
Okay, my darling.
Yeah, because I have blue pleated this, and
she's ready.
It, so we've gone on to the other colourway at some point, but using the monochrome.
Should we see what you've made?
Yes, please do.
We'll get a nice close-up for you.
This is just moving on slightly from the sort of koala face look, but obviously Soutache, it's infinite.
Wow. And again, you see your pendant is different there, but that is fantastic. Just very briefly, and I won't be interrupting you, Linda, because it is about you and your design.
That's fine.
I've got coming up a silver stash, because that's the only thing not in this kit. It's the silver T-bar toggle clasp.
I thought it was fit. It's got it on there.
Is it in the kit there?
Silver-plated copper findings pack.
Oh,
yes,
okay, my mistake. I apologise because I didn't talk about it.
Yes, you didn't. Exactly.
Naughty fee.
And I was thinking, have I used it? And
have you pilfered? Yes.
But no, we've got a 98-piece copper silver-plated copper findings.
So we do get 98 of those, so you will have that. Yeah. So you will have your finishing piece. So we've got the glue, we've got the 55 carat agate piece here, we've got the rutilated quartzes, those 4mm rounds, we've got 80 carats of the black onyx rounds, we've got the linen stripe Soutache, the herringbone, we've got the lovely silvery coloured cord. You get 3 yards of each of those. They're 3mm thick. You've got the ultra suede foundation sheet, and then of course, as Linda mentioned, you've got the silver plated copper findings pack, 98 pieces. Thank you. Any questions, text us in while we're doing this, and we will get this as well uploaded onto YouTube if you're not already recording it, so you can replay Linda's masterclass.
Right. Why I'm particularly impressed with this particular kit from a colour point of view is the variegated Soutache that we've got. It is so complementary to the cabochon that's included. Each cabochon I've got, because I asked Rebecca to send me a few to sort of stage the process, each one is so different, but it's absolutely stunning. Unfortunately, you can't quite pick up the fantastic markings that are going on there. But as I say, it's so complementary, the whole thing, particularly again with those 4mm rutiles. Just perfect because of the tiny little sort of Jackson Pollock qualities that you've got going on in those rutiles. It all works so beautifully. Yeah, very, very pleasing. That's a piece that you can wear time and time again with anything, really.
It's so striking, Linda. So
Absolutely,
striking.
Absolutely. Right. First things first, then, with the cabochon, as Fiona said, it's flat back cabochon and it doesn't have any drill holes in it. So in the past I've demonstrated using beads, round beads, from a point of view where we are actually using the stabilising the gemstone through the sewing, through the cord, but this time we're starting with a cabochon which needs to be glued. It just needs to be glued, which is why we've included the glue, and that'll also come in later on in the show while we're using the glue. This is coming back into stock any moment now, this little bit more firm backing foundation. We have it in 2 sizes, and this is coming back into stock as we speak. We're just waiting to get it booked in. As Fiona quite rightly said, this is the ultra suede that we're including at the moment, which comes also in many colours that we've got on the website. So you can sort of coincide your colours with your backing. So as Fiona's showing now, the backing really is there, particularly to tidy up. You'll see as we progress that the back is where all the stitching, and that will go on to this black backing foundation that I've got. You'll see all the work that goes on, so we don't over worry the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes, as it were, because we put on a backing foundation afterwards, which is this cream. We call it ultra suede, very soft, very beautiful to work with. But by all means, you can certainly use that ultra suede to start you off with the cabochon in exactly the same way as I'm going to show you now. So we just take the cabochon and we take our glue. Super glue is great because it almost gives us virtually an immediate opportunity to use the cabochon against. It dries so quickly, so that we can use it almost immediately.
We can get working, can't we? Sure.
So the one thing to be careful of, just cut yourself an oversized piece of backing foundation, and then take the cabochon and put some of the glue, let me move that out of the way for now, put some of the glue down the centre. Obviously be careful of fingers, this is super glue, and then just go about 1 millimetre in. Don't go right to the edge, just go about 1 millimetre in.
How much are you using there, would you say?
Not that much. I mean, I am being relatively generous considering it's super glue, because I don't want, it's going to go through quite a little bit of handling. So we want to put enough on, and we want to just let it go off for about 5 to 10 minutes. And then it's simply a matter of popping it on to the backing foundation and just letting it go off. The reason why I said don't go right to the very, very, very edge is simply because at that point, it's a bit difficult to see against the black.
It's so dark, isn't it?
But at that point, we're going to leave 1 millimetre. We're going to trim it off now, and I'll show you on this one here. We'll put that one to one side to dry off. But on this one here, I've cut, see, I've cut that round, and it doesn't have to be perfect, don't worry about it, but we need between 1 and 2 mils either side of the cabochon, following the line of the stone that you're working with. That is the point, that overspill there is the point at which you really don't want the super glue to come onto, because it obviously hardens it and you won't get your needle through.
Ah, right, okay.
Okay? Right, so it's as simple as that. Just get the cabochon onto the backing foundation and let it go off for, give it 15 minutes max, and you're ready to go. Right, now we are ready to go. So as you progress with Soutache, you'll find that you'll be able to add more than one strand at a time. We are literally stitching through a ditch. I'll show you the ditch if the camera can pick it up. We have a very much in the centre of the cord. See that little ditch there? Well, that is a ditch. It's almost a herringbone pattern where it's been how the cord's been made, and that ditch there is left in there to stitch through and to pull gently back through in order to hide the stitches. The majority of Soutache, we don't have to worry too much about our stitches because we're adding more and more and more, and eventually you may add some beads on the outside of it. But if you're going to end up with a level of Soutache, then that is the one strand that perhaps it's best to find a matching colour to the Soutache. The rest of it, it doesn't matter which one. I'm using an Eslon thread, which we also stock, which is a nylon thread, which is very, very fine.
Right.
and it'll pass through. Try and avoid using monofilament. People have asked me about using monofilament, and try and avoid that because it's fine, and I can see why we would use it, and I used it in the beginning as well, but once it catches light, whether it's daylight or sort of internal light, really, electric lights, the light bounces off a bit.
Less discreet.
Yes,
right, okay.
Exactly. Right, now we're ready to go. So I'm going to add on, for the first time, I'm going to add on just one strand at a time, which as a beginner, if you're a beginner, this is where you'll start by adding on one strand at a time. So we take a length of Soutache, okay, make it sure that you're going to go all the way around it, quite happily, okay, and you're going to have some left for doing the little coils afterwards. So with Soutache, it's always better to have more than less, because trust me, there's nothing more frustrating than having to make, let me show you on there, these little coils that are on the main piece there. There's nothing more frustrating than only having a small amount to work with to put to the back of the work. So make sure that you have plenty, because you can cut it off at the end when it goes round to the back of the work. So that is quite a good point to remember. Also, when you take the Soutache off of the cardboard wrapper, just take a thumbnail and just gently go along it. It's a little bit like wire, just straighten it off a little bit, because it will have its little coils because it's been on the cardboard wrapper for a little while. Now on this particular pendant, my detail, as it were, is going to be down here at your front, down there. So I'm not starting at the top, as this is on the other colourway that we've got. I'll show you a pendant I did starting as more of a teardrop oval drop, but this one we're going to have it running on the side, as it were. So we take our Soutache and we take our needle. Now this is a size 12 needle, okay, which I've threaded up. Again, take as much thread as you think you can comfortably deal with, okay? Not overly long, probably about 24 inches, something like that, not overly long, because as you progress through the design, you will find that you are, at some points, get tangled up with threads and Soutache, excess Soutache as well. So just be comfortable with it, okay? Put a tiny little stopper knot at the end, again leaving a little, just an inch at the end, but put your little stopper knot there to catch onto the backing fabric. And then all we do, now hopefully this will go well, I'm more used to working with Soutache right close up to me, so I've got to work away from me, so I hope the camera can catch it. Get a central point. Now you can mark it if you're lucky enough to be a seamstress, or you've got some of those the little white pencils that can be rubbed out if necessary. Then it's probably good to do what you call a sort of a median marker. So if you're working on all four mediums, which I just call the o'clocks, 3, 6, 12, and 3, 6, 12, and 9. But if you're just working so that the majority of your design is coming back to where you finished, as long as you're fairly central on that cabochon, that's fine. So all we do now is take our needle, which I say is a size 12 needle. It's a fine needle. The worst thing that can happen to me now is my needle becomes unthreaded, because trust me, it's a fine hole. I've got one or two threaded up here in the hope it doesn't happen. So we get our needle and we come in as close as we can. That's great camera work, thank you very much. As close as we can to the cabochon and the backing foundation, and we're just going to pull through. Okay, then we take our cabochon and we put the Soutache is going to start. We need about probably 3 inches in from the length. From the original length, we're going to be about 3 inches in. So now all we do, we find that ditch, we take our needle into that ditch and just gently pull that through and ease it up. Let me just pull through that, it's a little bit too much excess there. We pull it up so that it hits the cabochon, okay? Then I will have to hold this up now. Just keep it as stable as you can, bearing in mind that this is now wrapping around the edge, but we're stitching not into a bead like we've done previously, we're stitching into backing fabric in case, to be honest, it's slightly easier. But now we get the needle, and bearing in mind that this is the first row, we don't have to be too picky about the length of our stitches. We find our ditch, we angle our needle, and again pull through. Now at this point, I must emphasize that tension is the whole the whole thing about Soutache is tension.
Why is that?
If I pull that stitch, I want it to go into the ditch as much as possible,
Yeah.
but if I pull it overly tight, if you see, look, it's going to dent it.
It's dipping,
Okay?
isn't it? Yeah.
As I say, this is the first row, so please don't over worry this. When you come to your outside row of Soutache, that's the one that you need to be careful with, okay? So then we're coming back. Now we can take a bit of a jump now, probably just under a centimetre, and head for the ditch, bring it back through the Soutache, and then if you can just see, I've just got, if you've hit the ditch, you'll feel no resistance whatsoever. Absolutely no resistance whatsoever. If you don't hit that ditch, you will find that you will get a resistance on the needle, which means you're not putting the needle through the ditch. So now we're working around, okay? So again, if you can at this point now try and get your thumb and finger to hang on to the cabochon and hang on to the cord at the same time. Again, now we have to, sorry if my head's coming into camera, we have to go into the ditch, through at a slight angle again, pull through, and watch the tension. Okay, as that stitch closes up, just watch that tension, because what will happen is it will kink and it will spoil the overall look. So now we're coming further up the backing foundation. Okay.
And it's laying sideways,
yeah,
am I right, rather than
sideways.
laying flat?
Yeah, it all will become absolutely obvious when you're doing it, is laying sideways. So when you look at it face upwards, you can see both sides of the Soutache with the ditch in the middle. Good point. So we're going to stitch all the way through there, and then again we're coming back into the ditch, heading for the back of the back. Don't worry at all what goes on at the back, as long as you're through that ditch and as long as you're into the backing foundation. That's all we want to do on this first row.
It looks like it's getting easier once you've got started.
Yeah, that very first stitch is probably, because we're getting more stable now,
Yeah.
it's getting a lot more stable. So now straight through that ditch, again, pull it through, hit that ditch. Don't worry if it moves, because you'll push it back into place with your needle. Pull it through, and at this point I say do be careful. If you pull it through, if you pull your thread through too quickly, you will kink the Soutache, and you'll also more than likely catch this excess Soutache that you're holding as well, particularly when you're working with more than one strand. So one more time, we're coming in through the back, into the ditch, pull it through, and then one more time we're going to hit that ditch. It's all the sewing that's necessary with Soutache is this running stitch, nothing more elaborate than that. So we bring that through. Now we're going to come all the way around to right to where I started. So if you continue that sewing all the way around, oops, there we go, all the way around to where we started. So you're bringing that thread all the way around to where we started, okay? Let me just trim this off, because this needle's going to come in very useful for me. Always cut your threads, don't ever think about breaking them. Your sewing threads, don't ever think about breaking them manually. Always use scissors with them, because if you're going to tug it, you're going to tug the stitches that you've just done, okay? Right, now we're going to move on now to the next row, as it were. So the very next row, actually what I will do is I'll use that one that I've just done. Where have I put it?
Is there?
There it is.
Yeah.
I'll use the one that I've just done to show you the putting on of the next row, okay? So what we're going to do now is take the next colour.
Ask a very brief question.
Yeah, of course you can.
Say I've just got to the end now,
Yeah.
Linda.
Yeah.
How do I finish?
Yeah,
How do I
I'm going to
leave?
come to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm preempting what you're
Yeah,
going
I'm going
to
to come to that on this next one. But you're quite right. No, that's great. Questions are great, because a viewer might have exactly that same question.
Yeah.
So that's great. So we've finished stitching. Okay, just imagine that that's finished stitching all the way around, right? And we've just come to that point. We've stopped it with a tiny little gap there, okay? And we've got that excess running back down there. Now I've got this on. We'll get rid of this little bit of thread that was attached for the first stitch. Now the next layer of Soutache, which I'm going to use this beautiful herringbone one, which is stunning, is where we started. The point where we started, we come back into, okay? We come back through the ditch, of that first row, exactly the same amount of excess on the end, and exactly the same thing. Pop the needle into the ditch. Okay, gently, gently. This Soutache isn't a quick fix. It's something that you can do in the evenings while you're watching TV and build up several pieces in order to make a stunning piece eventually, or just do one piece and use that as I have here. So exactly the same thing, but now we're going to put our needle in. We're going to look for the ditch in the previous row, which you'll find, because it's exactly the same width of thread, you will find that more than likely you're going to hit that ditch in that previous row. So we just go through and pull through again.
So that's gone through both ditches.
Yeah, that's gone through both
felt.
ditches now. Okay.
Through the suede, sorry.
Let's make sure. This is exactly what happens. This is exactly why I said please be careful when stitching, so that when you're drawing the thread up, you can see it's going to tangle, and it gives you that opportunity to untangle it before you get in too much of a mess. Okay, so exactly the same thing now. We pull that one down, and that one is starting to sit on top of the other. Right, same thing now. We're coming back through the backing foundation. Hopefully we're going to hit the ditch. I've hit it in the first one, but not this new one. Hit the second one and pull through. And I've caught that one. There we go. Pull through. Exactly the same format, and as Fiona quite rightly said earlier, is the fact that when you probably get into about 3 or 4 stitches, you're going to start finding it far more easy. So we're just going to proceed with that, and we're going to put another stitch through that ditch into the backing foundation and bring it round. Shorten that. And then as you proceed around, okay, as we proceed around, we're just pulling it round on top, all the way around, proceed all the way around to the point at which you started, and just leave this excess here. Okay? So if I get rid of...
Well, assume we've done that.
Yeah, and I'll show you now a piece that has been. We've got to. I've added, on this one, I've added another of the steel grey Soutache onto this one. So now we've got to the point, let's get this out of the way so that you can see a little bit better. We've now got either side, so that's the beginning, let me just move them out. It is a bit fiddly to show on camera, so I apologise if my hands are in the way. But we've got to that point there. Can you see that little gap there that Fiona has literally pointed out? There's going to be a gap. So we've come all the way around and we've got 3 layers on. You can put as many as you want. So when we've got to that point where we've added our last layer, we have got our thread is coming out of the last layer at that point there. Okay, so what we do now is we move that one out of the way, we take our needle at that point where it's exited, but it's going to be slightly away from there, look for the ditch and just go through those 3. You see those 3 there? Just go through those 3 and pull the needle through. And then the very first layer that we attached, okay, is here, that very first steel grey one. So ignore the 2 that you haven't stitched through, ignore those 2 that we're heading for now, but just simply pass the needle through that very first layer, okay, and pull through. That's going to get your first layer of Soutache attached to the return, okay? So then we separate them again and take those 2 layers. You can sort of see it slightly raised there. We take those 2 layers and ignore the other layers, and we're just going to stabilise that first hug. That first hug around the cabochon, we're going to stabilise it.
So you're just going back
and just go backwards and forwards. You can go through as many times as you want. It's quite important that that is quite firm. Okay, so we just go through that one more time, and now on the return now I'm going back through those two, and then I'm going to take on the other two.
Right.
Okay, so take on those other two. This is the point at which you can give the Soutache a bit of a tug, because we are looking for a snug fit here. Okay, pinch them through, take the needle through the ditch and come all the way through all 6 layers.
The Monochrome Soutache kit is getting very low in stock, so I will be introducing, after our demonstration, another Pastel Soutache kit. And just to briefly mention that the threading essentials is at the bottom of the screen. That was our designer dazzler delight that we started the show with. So that was 20 spools of the elastic and 20 of the ribbon. Now we get a lot of questions in.
Okay, that's fine.
Would we be able to use that ribbon, for instance, in the Soutache as well, or?
No, you need, for Soutache, do you mean ribbon?
The ribbon
yeah,
that we had, no.
No, Soutache really needs to be done with Soutache braid.
Cord,
and there's a
right.
lot of braid on the market, but be really picky with your Soutache braid. It's best to buy the best. And Beadsmith, the company that we deal with, have made Soutache cord specifically for jewellery makers. This isn't a Soutache cord that you use for upholstery and for soft furnishings and that. This is specifically made for us in mind, basically. So it's always best to go for the best, go for the thing that's going to give you the end product, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of creativity. It's a lovely, and you don't want it spoilt for having horrible, nasty Soutache that's going to really flip and flop about.
And I can see it's so well thought out, like you said, with the ditching and
absolutely, and
stitching,
it's nice and firm. It's rayon. Some of it's rayon, some of it's polyester, and it all depends on the colourways and that. But it's absolutely perfect for Soutache, because it's specifically made for it.
We have got more questions, but I'll wait till you finish.
No, it's fine.
Linda.
It's fine. No, you
keep
can,
them coming though, because we will be
do.
Asking Linda many of them throughout the show, so thank you.
There is lots and lots of things that you can use with Soutache, and you will find, in your journey with Soutache, you'll look at something in the house and you think, I can use that. You can, there are braids, but please not ribbon. It's too flippy floppy. Right, now we've got to the point now where we've anchored all of these 6 together. Okay, so we've now got these 6 here together. And what we're going to do now, we're going to sort of form this is one I did earlier. We're going to form these little coils, the little turnbacks. Okay, that's the first, probably the first little bit of pattern that you're going to sort in your Soutache.
I love the way they're all so different, those agates.
Absolutely. I've got some stunning ones here. They blew me away. They really did, Fee, honestly. Right, now, we're exiting on one of the corners through all 6 cords. So what we do now is we take one of these glorious black onyx, and we pop it onto our needle, and we let it drop down, literally drop to that corner, okay? Now, at this point now, we need to work just with the Soutache that's coming from that corner. Keep it in its order, which is a plain, a patterned and a plain. Right, now, don't worry about the bead hanging down at this point. Get your Soutache in line. Okay, get the Soutache in line, let the bead drop in, and they have a rough estimate where that bead is going to hit the Soutache when you put your needle through. So get the needle, pop it into the ditch, and go through all 3 of your cords. Okay, at this point, this is normally where my needle becomes unthreaded, because the weight of the bead pulls down and unthreads my needle. Pull it in. You see we've come in now. We're now stitched into that little corner. Now, again, hold the cords. Start to work it around the gemstone. All right, we can see that's a nice perfect curve. Now this is called an outside shaping stitch. So do a fairly small one, stitch into the ditch at an angle, and it hits the ditch on that bottom layer. Okay, so this is an outside forming stitch, which is going to, that's not caught, is it? Is going to pull the Soutache cords around. Then we need to, where the thread is exiting, sorry if I'm all fingers and thumbs, I just have to keep my braids out of the way. Sounds like plaits, doesn't it? Bring the thread back towards you, and if you try and work on a flat surface at this point now, and then we're going to do an inside shaping stitch, which you can afford to make slightly larger than your outside. So again, we're going to go in from just up from where we've exited. Let's just straighten it up because I don't want it to kink. We're going to go in through that ditch, out through the ditch on the, this is where now you'll find out from experiments with Soutache that we're now reversing the route that we put our threads on. Our Soutache cords we put on in a certain colour, pattern colour, right? Now when we're turning round at this point now, if you use 3 different colours, your colour on the turn, which is the beautiful part about forming the patterns, is going to be the opposite to the outside.
Gotcha,
You see what I mean?
Yes.
It's a joy to watch these patterns emerge, it really is. So we're coming back through that inside one again, okay? Now keep on bringing that around to see if we need a little bit more. We do, so we're going to now jump back from the outside through the ditch. Keep these out of the way. You might find that when you're first starting, which is when I first started a couple of years ago, I worked on a flat surface and I used some sellotape just to keep those out of the way. But eventually you'll find that you can work with it without too much trouble. Now we need to exit on the very outside to pull round, so we're going to come back with one more stitch, and now we're going to literally bring that thread around. Okay, bringing it round now. You see that Soutache now is nice and firm. It's all stitched together. Some tutorials tell you not to really do too much stitching around there, but I find that if you don't, that gets a bit floppy. So put as many stitches as you want. Bring it round to the back. You see I've sort of pulled it round there. I mean, it's really, really quite obvious what you need to do when you even just look at a picture of Soutache on the web or something. So pull it round. Now, this is a surprising part, is you need to come back. Now, I've literally hit that, any one of those Soutache at the back there. I'm hitting any one of those Soutache cords on that return, and then I'm going to come in literally in between the cabochon. You see the cabochon and that first row of Soutache. I've come in there, so my needle is on top of that cabochon, and pull through, and let's get this untwisted again. Sorry about having to keep stopping for this, but it's the angle I'm having to work at. I can't keep an eye on those.
It's different when you have to demonstrate, isn't it, for the camera?
Yeah, well, you really don't want that to happen,
No.
so it'll cause too much. It's quite intricate. I've undone Soutache a few times, but it's quite an intricate thing, so do try and stop that from happening. Now, the return stitch, please don't ever think that you can go round and back again. This is always parallel stitching. Always you're coming in and out from the same in and the same exit. Okay, never sort of cut straws and think that you can go in a different way. So now again, hit in between the cabochon and the Soutache, and let's see if I can hold that out of the way. Come back through, because the thread now will disappear quite happily.
Yes, I
in there,
see.
okay,
Whereas we would have seen that.
exactly, you would have seen that happening all the time. So again, from the back, hit the cabochon, go back down through the cabochon, hit the Soutache. We're just building up some strength on that curve. So you don't even have to look at the back, because we don't worry about it, because we are going to cover that up. Okay, so just make sure that you've got that quite happily is firm, okay? And then return it to the back. Now this is when you start to look at the back. We've obviously got some excess here. Now, the way I do it step by step, I don't leave it to the end. The less amount of Soutache I've got in my way, the better. So what I do now is to take the Soutache, get my needle, and just again, using parallel stitches, go in and out a couple of times, just to keep that little end there completely sewed together. That's just the Soutache, don't worry about the backing. Just go in and out with parallel stitches, not over like that.
No, I think that's the key.
Yeah, parallel stitches, because if you're going over and over and over, you'll make it too bulky.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we are going to cover that in the end. So now, there's no need whatsoever to knot your soutache.
Really?
No, just cut it off.
Why is that then?
Well, we've already stabilised it by going in and out. It's
Yeah.
hit all those threads of soutache, all those layers. It's stuck in there totally. Now, what I do now is I take my glue, and where I've just sewn, I just put a little bit of the glue on there, just a tiny drop like that. I give it longer than I'm going to give it now, but I give it a few minutes, but I don't give it. Use an old pair of scissors. I must tell you, use an old pair. This is my old pair of scissors. Use an old pair of scissors, but sharp, and keep them for this glue type soutache work. And when it's a few seconds, when that glue is starting to go off, just cut while it's still relatively cuttable. Just cut into the glue, and then that is totally safe. Another thing that you can use is that's totally safe now because we've put the glue there, we've cut it off. It's not going to fray. Okay, and soutache does fray by the nature of the beast. It does fray, so it's best to work as you finish with a piece, oversew it, glue it, and cut it. Okay.
Can I just take this moment, Linda,
Yeah, of
to
course you
introduce, because the Monochrome kit is flying out.
Certainly.
It seems like an opportune moment to introduce our
Absolutely.
pastel kit, my darling.
There we go.
We will
Do you want to-
continue, but I'm just aware that we've got the pink as well in the soutache kit, and this contains the gorgeous pink agate pendant as well. So this is rose quartz. No, this is the agate, yeah. The striped agate cabochon. This is 75 carats in the oval. It's about 4 centimetres by 3 centimetres. You get with it the rose quartz, 100 carats of the rose quartz 6mm rounds, and the, would you say carmine? Carmine? How do you pronounce that?
Yes, it is actually like a carmine red. Yeah,
Carmine,
well, it's pink, isn't
pinky,
it? It's
yeah.
a dusky, beautiful.
Yeah, there's like a
carmine
metallic
pink. Yeah.
rose colour
Yeah,
there
it's lovely.
on the 4mm round. So they're your gemstones for your soutache pastels. You get 3 yards of the cream cord and 3 yards of the mauve pink, sort of like a rose pink cord, and they're 3mm as well. So you also get your Loctite glue, you also get your ultra suede backing as well, and you do get the 98 pieces of silver plated copper findings that you'll regularly see in our kits, with the earrings, the balls, the rondelles, the toggle clasp, the bolt rings, the head pins, eye pins, lobster claws. So everything you need for your soutache pieces plus extra in there as well. So this is our designer inspiration with the soutache pastels to create something similar as Linda has here.
We've got using the cabochon
On the
other way.
vertical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on the vertical.
beautiful.
Yeah. Again, this is a simple pendant. You know, we're not sort of running before we can walk. Really, it's a simple pendant. But if you imagine, you can do so much more work on that with layers of soutache, layers of gemstone, all sorts of difference. You can make lots of components and stitch them all together in the end. I mean,
And I guess we could mix, could we?
absolutely
mix.
mix.
Yeah.
Oh,
mix our two
absolutely. Some
packs.
of the most beautiful pieces I've seen made in Eastern Europe are all a mixture of all the vibrant colours mixed with pale colours mixed with blacks and whites, and they are stunning.
Marvellous. Thank you, Linda, because I know we're going to bring the price point on this so we can continue our journey with you. So whether I know the monochromatic has proved immensely popular, getting limited on that, but we know how much you like the pinks as well, ladies. So, and the gents, because the gents are doing the soutache as well. So we have the rose quartz, the 75 carat cabochon agate, the beautiful carmine shell, and then the cream and the rose pink soutache cord as well. And it's at a great price as well to introduce you to this. I know,
Wow,
look at that,
wow.
$19.95.
Wow.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
So if you've already got the monochrome kit, there's an extra, great top-up kit as well to get for your soutache journey. So get both today, because I know, just looking at Linda creating this piece, she's only used a fraction of that
Absolutely.
silver and herringbone cord.
Absolutely, I was just about to say exactly that.
And you can often get
you
our-
can use a small amount or a large amount, but there's
Yeah.
loads. There's 3 yards on each,
Yeah.
so you have tons.
We will continue.
Right.
Monochrome kit is on the bottom if you still wish to purchase, as well as our inspirational ribbons and the elastic earlier. But we've got the monochrome kit at the bottom that we're working with Linda right now, and of course we can do the same with our soutache in the pastels for $19.95. SCG C16. Over to you, Linda.
Right. So now we've created our first little eye, our first little coil on the one side, using the excess. that we left from the very beginning and the very end of going round that cabochon with the coils. Now the next one that we have to do is obviously a mirror image of that. That's if you want to. You don't have to. You can make this, as I've done many pieces at home, asymmetric, so you don't have to do it there. Let your own design and creativity lead you wherever you want to. This is just showing you how we sew the soutache really around and create a very simple pattern. So if you are next is wanting to go and do the mirror image, then take the remaining threads and then from the inside, okay, we need to hit that corner and exit right in the corner there. Okay, so we've got our needle coming straight out of that corner, and then exactly the same that I've just shown is pop on one of the onyx and let it drop into that corner, and then simply exactly the same again, find a rough where that bead is going to sit. If you just put it down like that and you pull that around, you can almost see where that thread is meant to go. So pop it through, bring it through the outside, exactly the same as I did before, and progress around with your inside and outside stitches following the line of the gemstone coming round. Okay, so I'll just put that one to one side because we won't get through the whole demo, I'm afraid, if I do it step by step. As I said before, it's something that you can relax with soutaches and make all your components when you feel like doing it.
And we have the DVDs as well on the website, the Soutache DVDs as well on our website.
So when you've got those two little coils around, so now we've got this little image now. We've got our two little coils sitting there. I'm just going to flip it around, finished off at the back. So don't worry at all about that stitch work that's going on there, because that will be covered eventually when you finish the piece. Okay, so on the one there now we're going into another layer, and I'm only just going to put one layer on the one because I've got another piece here that's well, you can now put on, stitch on. What we need to do is we've gone plain, patterned, plain. So it just shrieks at me at the minute, because we're using this beautiful, beautiful hem, which I'm so pleased with, is that we should repeat that pattern again. Okay, now to repeat that pattern again to form another little coil, but when the next coil is going to house a little 4mm rutile, all we need to do is always remember to have excess. Always remember to have excess, because you can glue and cut off, but you know what, you can't add on to it. Okay, so where this coil, this previous coil I've made, we're now coming through as near as we can to that coil, through the soutache, and find the outside layer ditch. Okay, we're here now, you can see that outside layer ditch. Bring the cotton through, and then using the next layer of soutache, leave yourself enough to coil round, pop your needle into that ditch, okay, and pull it up close. Don't worry about it sitting on the outside at the moment, it really doesn't matter. And then all we need to do is hang on, and it's a repetition. So this is why I'm saying all you need to know is a running stitch, and then find your ditch. Make sure that you've hit at least one of, you can feel that you've hit that soutache cord now. And you need to hit at least one of those previous rows. Okay, push through. Don't worry too much about where it's coming through on the backing, but just keep that needle at an angle. Don't go in deadly straight. That just won't happen when you're stitching around a cabochon. You need to keep an angle the whole time. Okay, and then pull through, and then keeping that nicely cozied in to the side. Again, come from the backing, find some of the soutache, and I apologise if I'm not specifically hitting the dish, but I don't want to put my head right round, but you see we're just exiting that top layer again through that ditch. Can you see that needle there? And then pulling through. Okay, continue all the way around. Don't worry about this at all at the minute, because this is going to go around the back. So continue with this all the way around. Again, it's not going to be the last layer, so I'm not overly concerned on the size of my stitches. On my very last layer, I'll make my outside stitches a little bit smaller, and hopefully with a matching cotton. Okay, pull it through. Right, let's just make sure we get that return out. I keep that return on my cotton fairly long because that's what happens if it's a short return on it. That's when it just slips out of your needle and it's so frustrating. So just keep putting that all the way around until you hit this other side, and then this here needs to finish right there again with that excess left over for your return. Okay, so if you put another layer on top of that, or another 2 layers, trust me, in probably after, if you do this particular project, after you've finished it, you're going to be ready to start stitching on layers at a time as opposed to 1 layer at a time. So it seems a little bit less time consuming, but please start with just 1 to start with. It's just a practice thing. And then you'll be able to work with more than 1 layer at a time. Always remember to put a little knot at the end of your thread, because again that will slip through, it will slip through, and then you just trim off the end when you're finished. So what we've done here now is, I'll take this needle out. My husband trod on a needle last night. I knew I'd lost one and he found it.
That sounds painful.
Unfortunately, it didn't do too much damage.
Oh,
It didn't. He pulled his foot back in time, but I knew I'd lost one. I did tell him.
It's like standing on a thumbtack or a nail. Or...
Yes, but that's the hazard living with a jewellery making wife, I'm afraid. Right. So, what we've done now is we've got all our how many other layers that you want to attach. And again, as I say, you can just use 1 or 2 or whatever. And then you can see here, I've done a return with a little rutile there.
Second coil, yeah.
That's my second coil, which is sitting on top of that previous coil. So I've just left this one free over here, and just to show you. So exactly the same thing, pop in from the inside, pop the needle in through the new layers of Soutache. Okay, the new layers of Soutache. Don't worry about the cotton sticking out here, that doesn't matter, we'll trim it off in a minute. Get one of the beautiful little, let me see, get a dark one so it might be easier for you to see. These are stunning, they're faceted, absolutely
they're
stunning.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, beautiful. As you can see, you know, Soutache is very much, we will come to more sort of different ways of making things with Soutache. We will come to more of pattern format and that, but this is, I think, the way to start. And I'm sure then you inventive jewellery makers will be able to work out your own patterns and lengths, etc. Not many techniques, but lots of beautiful things you can make. So now we've got our little bead in there. Now, roughly that's going to come there. So pop it back through the Soutache, pull it in. See, that's just came in quite beautifully. Do one of your outside stitches just to keep that Soutache cord quite firm. And then let's just get that out. We will trim that off in a minute. And then pop through an inside shaping stitch. Just get it in through there. And then at this point now we'll start to think, well, is that going to go round? So hold the gemstone, finger and thumb, and see if we've got enough of a return. Okay, and we have. Okay, so don't worry about this gap here. That's meant to be there for a reason. I'll show you in a minute why. But any little gaps that you find, if you're thinking while we're watching this, there's a little bit of a dent there. There's obviously there's a turn there. There's a gap there. There's a gap. That's where you fill with beads.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to come back up with this outside shaping stitch, and we're going to look for. You can come up between layers of Soutache as well. You see, if you can find your layers of Soutache, there's a layer there. Bring the needle up through that layer, pull through. Okay, go back through exactly that same layer, and then hit that return, and it'll disappear in the layers of Soutache quite happily.
As long as it's parallel.
As long as it's parallel stitches. Come back through a layer, and then go back through that same layer, just a smidge away, and pull it through. Do that enough times to stabilize that return. Okay, coming back through that same layer. So it's quite a repetition, but it's a joy watching watching the whole thing evolve, to be truthful. Right, so that's now in place. Flip over, exactly the same thing, do a couple of stitches through the excess, pop on a little bit of glue and cut it off. And that basically is the sort of template for this design, as it were. You can go wherever you want to go now with this. So what we'll do is we'll just trim that off. I'll glue that later and put it back. So on the original design there, now you can see that I've worked it so that all of the coils, as it were, are on the top of the pendant. Obviously you could drop it the other way around if you wanted to. So now we can actually start to pop those other beads on.
Yes, you've sewn your the rutars.
Yeah, so again, a little knot in. Are we okay for time, Fee? I'm not.
Well, we do need to sort of draw to a.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I don't want to.
No, I'll just show you one bead now. One bead
okay,
now,
darling.
and that's it. So where we've got this little opening down here, where we've got an opening there and there, anywhere where you want to do them, on the outside, exactly the same thing. Let's come on the outside because that's probably the trickiest. But for this one here, just bring a needle through that gap, put the cotton through your bead and push back through. That's a bead there, a little bit of pattern hiding that little dent. On the side, all we need to do is exactly the same way that we've put on our Soutache layers, is come through a ditch, pop a bead on and go back, go back through the same ditch, but just a smidge away from that excess, and just go through, and then you can make yourself either all the way around, or like I've done there, 2s and 3s, and just stitch all the way around. Literally, it's just a stitching all the way around. But you can see I've put the pink one in with the monochrome.
That's lovely,
there.
it really works,
Yeah,
and that's our pink one at the our Soutache kit at the bottom
Yeah.
there for $19.95. And how do we finish the backing then?
Right,
Because you mentioned
the back. Okay, well I'll go through the back with you. All you need to do is to literally take your working piece, okay? Now when you've finished it all off, let me just sort of show you something a little bit more, less sort of busy at the minute. But when we've got everything done, the only shape we're really interested in, and I'll show you from this one here, is you can see that if this is proud outside at the back, it doesn't really matter because there's no work there. All the work is going on this black backing foundation here. So all I tend to do is take a piece of tracing paper, okay, and trace around that cabochon. Literally trace around that cabochon, finish it off there, okay, cut around it. I've got a piece here but it's disappeared. Cut that out. Simply cut that out and then put it on that cutout. You can see from the shape here, the one I did, so prove I've done it, is again draw around it, cut it out, pop it onto the back. Literally that then will fill snugly onto that. It will fill snugly onto that, and simply bring your, the knot is behind the backing fabric. Bring that through.
Well, I'll just move this in. So sorry, sweetie. I just realised the graphics are.
Yeah. So the knot is on the inside of that ultra suede. Bring it through, and then just catch the around here. Catch the layers of Soutache. When you come to here, get it through that first layer of Soutache and bring it back, and that'll just keep it snugged in
secure
there. If it actually does show a little on the finished piece at the edges, I've learned from a very fantastic Soutache artist in France that she doesn't worry too much about that. She thinks it gives it some sort of, I don't know, I'd like to say edge, but that's a bit facetious, isn't it?
I'll be honest, looking at it, I can't.
But you can't see so much on that. But if you can, don't be tempted to perhaps snip off tiny little bits if you're a purist, because you might just catch that stitching.
And for the lady in, was it Chesterfield? What was the lady's name? She missed the beginning. She said, because of the weather, but did you glue the cabochon onto the backing?
Did. Yes, I did.
Yes, we did. So I hope that answers your question. It was, oh, sorry, it was in Derbyshire. Did you actually just glue the cabochon onto the backing to start? Missed it because the TV went off because of the weather.
Oh gosh, is it bad? Oh dear.
That was Jackie.
Sorry.
So yes,
yes, just simple. The glue is in if you buy the bundles that we have here.
Just glue it on. And the important thing was leave yourself a good
yes,
edge.
not quite right to the edge of that foundation. Give yourself a non-glued little bit just that sew through because it will go hard.
Well, about 2 millimeters was it, or something?
About
a rim.
Of the felt. Just a rim.
Another text in, Linda. This is from Bernadette in Yorkshire. Hi, Fee and crew, and welcome, Philip, our new producer. Linda, great demonstrations as always. Fab new shows, JM, ever evolving, love it. And that is Bernadette B from Kipax. Oh, thank you very much. Well, let us know what you want to see more of. We're just going to have a quick moment where I'm going to move back to the desk, and of course we have got our Sari silk kit as well with the lovely Linda. But if you have got any more questions regarding this Soutache, then please let us know as well. We'll get that uploaded onto the YouTube, and we are going to challenge you. I don't know if you knew that, as if you haven't done enough already. We're going to challenge Linda as well. Don't go anywhere.
Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Hi, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that fantastic designer-led class, as it were, into the Soutache. No, I did. It's opened up my eyes completely, and I hope it's inspired you to give it a go, or indeed further your own creative designs. If you've lost that mojo, this is the show to watch. Right, we're going to do another section now, and throughout Linda will decide. The designer decides what she wants to do in terms of her own challenge in today's show as well. So if Linda shouts out, "I want it," I've got to give it to her. So that's our designer decide section. But what we're going to do is give you a fantastic scoop box of gemstone findings, if you like. These boxes are really useful anyway to catalogue your gemstones, your designs, your findings. They're great, as you know, because of the plastic thickness in the gauge there for your, what do we call it? What did So Debbie Bulford use again? I've gone blank. Polymer clay, yes, exactly. The polymer clay. So because of course it keeps it all, and the silver clay keeps it all nice and moist and doesn't let it dry out, and also you don't get that interference from the plastic itself. So this is jam-packed full of findings. All right, darling, you've just deselected yourself. I love you, but you're miles away. Right, I'm going to get a couple of these out because they're just so beautiful. I'm going to call them my little barrels, and they're frosted with a stardust edging, but they've also got a detailed beveled edging as well. These are absolutely so eye-catching. Look at these. I'm just going to get out a few of those. So, Designer Inspiration Delicate Findings box. Now, you've actually got the box with the dividers as well. Now these are my sterling silver drum carved spacer beads. They're approximately 6 by 4 millimeters. But can you see that stardust finish? And can you see those lovely, they almost look like they're embedded with diamonds, but those sterling silver rounds that are polished, and then a beveled edge round there, and then there is a lovely diameter across as well. That is, I would say, judging by my, at least 2 millimeters. You get 20 of those. They're sterling silver. They're so luxurious. I absolutely love them for a finish. I've not seen anything like that in the shows before. We also have the faceted 4 millimeter beads as well. Just there's so many of these, and I want to pick up the right thing for you. Get 40 of those. Right, it's got to be these. These are, oh, well, it's got to be these. Which one's the big ones, Fiona? Well, the 4 millimeter and the 5 millimeter. Right, these are the 4 millimeter, and I'm going to get the big ones out as well, the 5 millimeter. These are faceted, so you get 40 of each. You can see the difference. So these are the big ones. These are the 5 millimeter. You get 40 of these, the faceted beads, so that you get that great sort of almost like a disco ball effect. They're so effective. And that's a good 3 millimeter diameter in the middle there. That there's, oh, they are absolutely beautiful, and they really catch the light because of the angularity of the facets that are 3-sided in the diameter. And then you also get those in the 4 millimeter as well. And these are sterling silver. So the 4mm and the 5mm sterling silver. So that's 80 plus those 20. So that's already 100. Then we've got the faceted cubes that are 3.5 in the rose gold. Let's get some of these out. There we go. And again, angular, so they've got that edge. Again, great for your steampunk designs. Rose gold plated copied faceted cubes, 72 of those. Oh my word, and can you see the way the angularity, just again, it increases that light, and it does give it that sort of steampunk edge as well, because it's edgy. It's not completely so perfectly, the alignment, I should say, of the facets, it's more sort of a bit here and a bit there. It's just gorgeous. Then we've also got 295 of the silver flash copper beads that are 3mm. My word, is just, I mean, just look at this. I think I'll just show you the scoop. Oh, look at all those. Goodness. Wow, look at all those. You get 295, and then of the large they're the 2mm, you get 395, I beg your pardon. The E-coated faceted cubes, 395, and then I'm going to show you the 3mm. These are the silver flash copper beads. These are 3mm, and you get 295 of those. They're already running away on me. Goodness gracious. So 295 of the 3mm copper bead, silver flash copper beads, and then 395 of the silver flash copper E-coated faceted cubes that are 2mm. Goodness gracious, this is the delicate details finding box. So they're the 2mm, 395 of those. You get the copper, the rose gold plated copper faceted cubes, 72, and then we move on to the 5mm and the 4mm, 40 of those sterling silvers, and then of course 20 of the sterling silver drums. My goodness, that's 80, 152, 170, I'm just checking, it didn't say it on the screen before I even add this up. 80, 152, 172, 467, 700, 880 or something like that. Lost me on the end there. Somebody get the calc out. The brain went a bit, is it 882? Something like that. Loads, basically. Billions. Billions. So 4, 710. It's bothering me. 710, 790. Yeah, 790, 862 pieces.
Can I have those for my challenge? Because I'm going to count every
The
one.
designer has decided. 862 she wants for her challenge. Now, I'm so sorry, Philip. I was too busy doing the Bordermans. What did you say to me, Sweet Pea? Oh, Linda, to buy all of these individually, it cost you £49 and 65 pence. £49 and 69 pence. You're getting, what did I say, 862 pieces of sterling silver, rose gold plated copper, silver flash copper. So basically just under £50 to buy all that. But for the designer decides, GGGC16, we're going to bring it at a much better deal. So not £50. Wow. $34.95. I mean, gosh, 862 findings there, Linda.
Yeah, and that is going to be so useful because it does make a piece of jewellery having these little bits to pop into it, you know.
And couldn't we, you know, those large, for instance, those beautiful barrels of those 5mm faceted silver, could we sew those into our Soutaches as well?
Yes, of course you can.
That would look beautiful as well, especially that monochromatic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
With those rose, oh yeah, that'd be fantastic. Now, we are only at double figures, so please don't miss out. Brand new today, literally double figures. That means I haven't got 100. I don't even know. He's keeping me in the dark. Oh, Philip, it could be 60, it could be 80, it could be 50. $34.95, but we should be talking £50. So you've got 40 of the sterling silver 4mm faceted beads, 40 of the sterling silver 5mm faceted beads, 72 of the rose gold plated copper faceted cubes, 20 of those beautiful silver drum carving spacer beads, 295 of the silver flash 3mm copper beads, and 395 of the silver flash copper E-coated faceted 2mm cubes, plus your plastic beadie box with the dividers. A little bit of a cube. Please hold the line because it's under a minute, and I want you to be first come first served because this offer I think will only be around during the designer-led day show. So $34.95 should be literally close to £50 there, £49 biddly bodly pence. And we are gonna, well, the designer decides what she wants to work with on the challenge. She's already shouted out to me, Fee, I want these, so she can pick 3 from me today. Does this count as 1 or this counts as 1, Linda? Goodness.
Come on then, bring it on quick.
Come on
quick,
then,
quick,
listen
quick,
girl,
quick,
I'm scooping up, so you can have the whole lot.
Pass them to me on
just
the
pass it over, she just wants the lot. So she's going to get these, she can choose 2 other components in today's show that she can have. Well, this will take an age, Linda will never get through all this lot, goodness gracious, here, should be even if you just use one, there's more than one of every day of the week here, isn't there?
Yeah,
right.
I mean, that's the beauty of it though, from a jewellery point of view, jewellery making point of view, is that's there when you want it, isn't it?
Yeah. We want loads, and we're getting loads. Sorry, darling, you're not seeing anything there, are you? I'm daring tip it up too much. Look at all of those. Oh, my word. Whatever you do, don't miss out. Those oodles. Oodles. Beautiful and brand new today.
I love those.
For, what did we count? 862, I think we counted. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Please don't miss out. You've got balls. I love these. They'd be great. These would be great in your Soutache. They'd be great in your Soutache.
And they're fantastic for waterfall earrings and tassels.
Oh, yeah.
They really catch the light, especially with all the chain that we've had on the last 2 days.
We've got some more chain later in our top 10.
yeah.
And for you, pearls. I've got a pearls section.
Oh, well, I'll have those before I even see them, please.
She's already, the designer's decided she wants the pearls before she even sees them. Right, they're yours. Take it away, girl. You can have those. I better get on with some more so you can have some more. Rightio. She's gone.
Got them. They're mine.
She's that keen. She's
mine.
gone. Right, what's next, honey bun? Right, let's do our top 10. Indeed. I'm going to start at number 10, work our way down to number 1. Linda's already said what number 1 is. I don't know if she realises, but she's already said it. So, which is, actually my box number 1's empty, babe. So what was in it? It's the hematite mix, that's right. It's my hematite mix. Oh, it is sealed shut, so I can't open it, but there you go. Well, I can see rounds, I can see, it's only a bit of sellotape. It's just so I can show you the pots. There we go. There we go. We've got loads of pots in there. We've got 16 in total, but in the pots are the hematite beads. We've got rounds, we've got tubes, we've got them in the green, the gold, the rainbow, and the silver. This seems to be the theme. Look at those. Aren't they beautiful? How many? 22 separate pots. So there seems to be the rainbow, there seems to be a silver, there seems to be a green, there seems to be a gold. Like I said, you've got beautiful rounds, you've got rice bead shapes, you've got tubular bells there, you've got, oh, they're just gorgeous, the smaller rounds, sort of like a rondelle there. Let me bring you out something different there you haven't seen there, yeah. And they're like little saucers, and you see the gold and the silver on there as well. So 16 of those fantastic pots. They're all 1,200 carats of the hematite. This is our number 10. 20 pots, sorry. It says designs in 20. Well, let me get this right there. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 pots, yeah. 20 pots of goodness. I love those pots for storing my findings anyway. They remind me of Bobbi Brown makeup, or, you know, when you get little makeup pots. And the storage, yeah, the MAC, that's it, yeah. Other makeup brands are available, your Estee Lauder and all that, your Rimmel. But that's what it reminds me of. JAGK number 10. It is our top 10, so everything I'm showing you is very popular. If you like, it's the last chance. You know how in the shops they have that last chance rack? Last chance to buy, they call it. It's basically because they've got one in a size 8, or the trousers, they're just one in a size 12. The last chance rack. They don't necessarily reduce it anymore, but it really is your last chance to get what's been bestsellers in the shop. This is our top 10, which is exactly the same. $19.95 for 20 pots. You're getting 1,200 carats and a lot of beads. We need to, I have to get Linda to count those. So that is our number 10. Coming in at number 9, we have December's birthstone. Can't even believe, I mean, this would be number 1, but we're so low in stock of our number 9. So whatever you do, don't miss out on your tanzanite. Oh, and these are a bit different because they're almost like Marquise rice bead shapes. Look at those, they're absolutely beautiful. And I know within that strand you'd find 2 for a pair of earrings. I know I'm obsessed. But we have got a silver stash coming up as well later on. 60 carats, so approximately on the strand itself. I'm going to do a quick Fifi count up. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 individual hand-faceted, graduated Marquise tanzanite drops, Marquise drops there. So yeah, 10 pairs of earrings. I know Ollie likes his earrings. Beautiful, like Linda just mentioned, a waterfall necklace with the silver drops there, the silver faceted findings. Absolutely stunning. I'm going to grab these because look at these. Look at these with pearls. I mean, gosh, it is just going to rock out. That's like when I do my countdown to Downton on a Sunday night. 60 carats. Oh. Linda and I have elevated ourselves above the servants now. We're upstairs in the drawing room because we were always down in the scullery, weren't we, originally when Downton started?
Oh yeah, I was in the...
We've married into the family now, haven't we, love? The chauffeur
in the cellar, aren't we?
We were scuttling around in the pantry. We've decided we want to be upstairs now to wear the beautiful jewellery. Not just baking in the kitchen. 60 carats UOR U22. It is the tanzanite. Those fantastic pearls are coming up later on. It is a mere for 60 carats again. The tanzanite, the quality, when I think of the value of tanzanite, 1,000 times rarer than your diamonds, 1,000,000 to 1 chance of ever discovering tanzanite ever in anybody's lifetime from one place on planet Earth. And we can bring you 21 individual hand-faceted tanzanite gem drops. 21. So you're looking at almost 3 carats each. $27.95. That is phenomenal. So you know, 3 carats each for $27.95. You know, it's just beggars belief, quite frankly. So that is a tanzanite bracelet or a tanzanite necklace or tanzanite earrings. I mean, you'd be lucky to find a pair of tanzanite earrings, quite frankly, for $27.95. But it's number 9 on our top 10. And we're going to go to number 8.
Yes, please don't put it away.
Don't
put it away. Don't put it away. I am not going to refuse tanzanite.
Decider has decided.
Yeah, absolutely no day of the week.
You were quick there, weren't you?
Yeah.
The tanzanite. So what have you got so far, darling? She's got tanzanite.
All my little findings. Yeah.
Okay, just because she can't take the pearls yet, but I am going to tease Linda. Hold on a sec. I am going to tease her. I'm just going to do this, ladies. I know we're on number 8, and I am going to get to number 8, but I'm so excited. All I'm going to say is, whoa. Look at this lot, Linda. You might want to calm yourself before you grab something else. You only have one last chance for the designer decides. I know, that's part of my pearl section. All I'm saying is I did some honey blonde pearls and white pearls in a strand pack, and they flew out. We wish we had more, so that's come up in my pearl section. Anyway, I am going to number 8, Philip, I promise. I've muddled up. I have no idea which box they came from, so there you go. I've muddled those up completely. How about some pretty colour pop? It is number 8 on our top 10. What should be number 10? I didn't touch that box. Oh.
Toolkit.
Thank you. It's a smooth running show. It's the toolkit at number 8. Ta-da! It is. Oh, I'll tell you what. These designer-led. I love these. I haven't seen a zebra print.
I've only seen it just the once. It was in the workshop there, and I thought, oh, that's only the first time I've seen that.
I love it.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And the handles. How do I describe how they feel? Because it's different.
It is. It's they are more. What's that word?
Ergonomic.
In
terms of.
I mean, if I'm going to be absolutely and utterly say it as it is, if you do get prone to having sort of moist hands, that will work for you because it's got that sort of feel.
It feels like a suedette.
Yes, exactly.
And they've got a bit more cushioning.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? They've got a bit more cushioning. But do you know what? I don't care because they go with me zebra print nails if I had them done. They're just trendy looking, aren't they? That's why I like them. The zebra print designer jewellery making toolkit, brand new in, well, only recently, WFZX27. What a lovely gift idea. It's just trendy, you know, it's bang on trend. A toolkit, this is what you need, new starters, new jewellery makers. You start with our toolkit, a couple of strands, a findings kit, or a kit that we do in the day show with Jenny. That's a stocking filler, that's fantastic. We always need more, and as Linda mentioned, more ergonomic, there's a bit more sponginess to them, and if you tend to perspire in the hand, which naturally we all perspire, you've just got that cushioning there, which gives you, because the pink ones, they've kind of got a gleam and it can be a bit slip-sidey if you tend to perspire, which we all do, especially here in the studio. It's very warm. So let's bring in number 8, but I'm limited in stock. 10.95. It's a bargain. That price, you've seen it, I've seen it in the shops. You can pay that for one tool. And I've got my brand new crimpers coming up at the end as my star buy, plus those delicious red wine garnets, which are to die for with those pearls. Garnets, pearls, mwah, magnifico. Please don't miss those. You see, if it wasn't at the end of the show, Linda would have those garnets, but she can't, because I'm not doing those till about 10 to 5, sweetheart.
Too late.
Too late, too late. Right. Now then, it's the multicoloured. There we go. Don't be jumping the gun there, Linda. Number 7. It is my multicoloured faceted bicones in the crackle quartz. Oh, they are delicious. And I've got the bicone lady with me. She loves her bicones. They're her favourite. Are they still your favourite shape, or have you digressed?
No, they are.
They are.
To being an absolute purist, they are my favourite shape. And when they're in that amount of different colourways as well, wow, I've got to just shush, otherwise I'll say I want them.
Linda, did you realise when you put on that dress today, it's like a Soutache neck?
Is it?
It does. Looks like one of your Soutache designs.
Oh.
Was that deliberate, or?
Yeah, I just made this morning before breakfast.
You knitted a Soutache neck. It does. It reminds me of your Soutache. Anyway, 60 carats of the multicoloured crackle quartz bicones. You see this strand with that zebra print, lovely and trendy and young and fresh. But I'm very low on stock. The top 10 were always low on stock. So, but obviously because they're in the top 10 because they're the most popular buys in the week. So please don't miss out. EBG. Oh, should I say it? Poo! EBG poo! P00. But I'm low in stock, so let's bring you a fantastic price. $6.95.
Wow.
Just beautiful. Gorgeous. Get 2 for that price, and the quality and the crackle and the pop of that colour. They are going to sell out quickly, so we need to jump on that ASAP if we really want that colour pop. And that was pretty faceted bicones in the crackle quartz. Just delicious. We're halfway through. Number 6. Oh, you're going to love these, Linda. She only has one more choice. The designer decides, but I think it's the pearls. She's got to write those pearls. Look at these. They're big, they're bold. The optical properties within them are so eye-catching and immediate that we need to immediately jump on the phone line and not miss out. Look at that. This is my blue tiger's eye in the largest rounds I've seen this year. 16 millimeters of exotic beauty. Look at that golden band of crocodilite. Look at that. Look at the moving and sweeping and the gorgeous way in which it's been faceted. Look at that circular movement. The eye of the tiger, wave of gold, just so prevalent and prominent and pronounced. Oh, they are gorgeous. Look at those, Linda.
They're stunning.
Oh my goodness, heavens above.
Look at that one coming round.
I know, it's like the golden orb of the moon.
It's beautiful.
Just top drawer quality of your tiger's eye. IHG P26, 710 carats of absolute designer deluxe tiger's eye, and it's a rare phenomenon. You know, that tiger's eye, that chatoyancy, that cat's eye, that's where it gets its name from, the French chatoyal, that cat's eye, that movement of the fibrous inclusions, because it's been faceted so beautifully, and the polish, the luster. Now it's looking quite dark on screen, but it's a really rich navy blue with that golden orb of light that you can see opening and closing. You can see it on the close-up. It's almost like a mix between the two. It's just deliciously beautiful, and the biggest of the tiger's eye I've seen this year. We've got to have it. We've got to be on that phone dialing. Remember, it's one postage and packaging for the day. You've opened up your order maybe this morning with Jenny and Hannah, and now you've opened it up or you've added to it with the Soutache with Linda. $9.95, very limited. And we're at number 6 of today's top 10, the weekly top 10.
I keep expecting to hear that jingle. You know, that one.
Oh yeah,
Brian
what
Freeman,
happened
that
to our
one.
jingle
Yeah.
for the top 10? Can you sing it for me, Scotty? It's coming. It's coming back. We have to find it on the system, don't we? How did it go?
It just comes into your head every time you say that top 10.
Rightio. Who needs it when we can sing it? Do you know what I mean? Okay, these I know are an absolute winner because of the shape. It is our red agate petals. Oh, and do you know what? Driving down this morning, the landscape the golds, the reds from the greens. It's just a joy. It's my favourite time of year as the leaves turn. You've got that autumn glow of sunshine leaves that are orange to gold. It looks like the landscape is on fire, isn't it? And the reds of your sunset or your sunrise are embodied in this burnt orange agate carved petals, and the joy, the way in which they're center drilled. So you can actually pop a little gem there in the middle. You can create a sort of a flower motif, top to tail as it were. You can create a cascade of flowers. They're just stunning. Look at those colors, how they light up the screen. What would be absolutely perfect nestled in the cup of those bows would be a rich red garnet droplet. Look at that. If you just had that in the middle, and that garnet strand is my star buy, just have one of those in the middle. Look at that pop of colour, how the contrast is just so delicious. The rich red. I beg your parsnips, Philip, what was that, sweetie? Oh, yes. The tree of life and the fascinator I've got over here, they're so pretty. There's these little red carnelian, and the organza ribbon. The organza ribbon that you got earlier, that was my, my opening designer delight, as it were, incorporating the bows around these lovely leaf carved. And because of the way in which they're carved, you're seeing the little striations, the patterning, the natural beauty on those petals. Can you see those oranges and the light travelling through them? Oh, it's like a lovely ornate vase. Okay, they are number 5 for a reason. FBGP 10, $6.95 for your 150 carats of your rich sunshine, sunset, orange agate carved petal flowers there. $6.95. They are deliciously beautiful, extremely popular, and very limited on stock. So add them to your order with your 30-day money-back guarantee and see where your designs take you. All right, I'm moving on to box number 4. Again, sterling silver large bead balls. Again, I'm thinking of Linda's monochromatic Soutache kit, but don't forget we had the pink one for $19.95. I'm really hoping that encourages so many of you to get started on your Soutache, and it was a really step-by-step fantastic insight for me, especially with handy tips like the parallel threading, and don't worry about what the back looks like. There's still some of those kits left as well if you want to get started on that journey, and we've recorded it and we'll be having it on our YouTube, and we have the Soutache DVDs as well. But these are number 4, Doug P83. 20 of these, solid sterling silver. You have a large diameter there, which is large enough for the organza ribbon. It's a good 4 millimeters, so perfect as well for your leather cord or your ribbon or your wax cord. And because they're so large and they're really sturdy, give them a bang. Don't actually have to bang them on the desk, but what I mean is sometimes with electroforming it can be quite hollowed out and quite thin, so a little pinch and you've dented your bead. But these you can pinch it, they're so strong because there's so much silver in there as well, so they really are made to last, and they elevate your designs. That little spark of luster and light elevates your designs to another level of professionality, and it's got all that lovely glamour we love. DUGP 83 coming in at number 4. I'm beautiful with my next one. I know, silver and turquoise. Oh yes, please. $9.95. So each bead, each sterling silver quality polished thick bead is working out at 50 pence each. 50 pence each. Think about those with those tanzanites. But Linda only has one more choice for the designer designs.
Gotta be careful.
$9.95. She's hanging on in there for those pearls with dear life. I know what she's like. Under £10. Well done to you. Congratulations. But again, the top 10 all limited in stock, so jump on these offers. 50 pence each, and just top quality precious 925 sterling silver. Okay, number 3 is the turquoise, which these look delicious with, and these are 4 millimeter turquoises, and you can see that they're really iron rich, iron and copper rich, because of the colouring. The depth of colour is just so strong. 55 carats. And yes, you get the little dendritic rivers of manganese oxide in there, the blacks, but you know, that's just all part of the natural makeup of your turquoise. It's the shape of these, the 5mm rounds, gorgeous as well with gold. I mean, just look at that with your pearls. Isn't that beautiful? Turquoise, December's birthstone there with your Keisha pearls. I mean, it just lights up, doesn't it? That little bit of pop there. Just beautiful. Don't miss out on your turquoise. We're very proud of the quality of the turquoise we're able to source here for you. It's number 3, a whole 55 carats. Mix it in with your blues and your turquoises and your whites there. Oh, beautiful. Beautifulness to wait to happen. Let's bring in that price. Again, this is our natural turquoise there, $19.95. It equates for less than 10% of all the turquoise source, because a lot of your turquoise, as you know, is sometimes dyed or enhanced, or you know, you've got that sort of infused with, I don't want to say like a plastic, but with a reconstituted or stabilized in a way that's you know, they're almost interfering with the beauty, but stabilization is a good thing, because of course you're stopping the porosity of the turquoise taking on the oils of your natural skin and losing that color. This is natural turquoise. This is from the USA, from Arizona, so it will reflect in the price, but you've got beautiful natural turquoise that is less than 10% of all turquoise sourced worldwide can ever equate to this kind of quality, so not to be overlooked. And again, like your tanzanite, December's birthstone. We're moving on to number 2 for you. My multicolored threading cord and all the pastels. So this would be so pretty with the pastel Soutache kit. That was $19.95. Still a few of those left. Great if you started with our Designer Delight, the opening part of the show, which was the ribbon, 200 meters plus the 20 spools of colored elastic. You've got the lovely baby pink, peach, copper, baby blue, the green, the vanilla, the sky blue, sort of more of a peachy, deeper red there, lavender and lemon. These are my multicolored satin cord pack, 10 spools, 5 meters in each. It's VWG P44. We love it for the macrame. We love it for the knitting. We love it for all sorts of designer-led pieces. We are going to price slash these, number 2. We're going to price slash for you. Limited stock though, $8.95. It's got all these lovely balloon colours. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? It's all these beautiful balloon colours in my pastel kit. Gorgeous. They should be $8.95, but for you today in our designer day, oh yes, let's bring you an even better offer to add to your order. You're rolling over the one postage packaging price. We're talking a mere $6.95. So £2 off to put towards number 1 on today's top 10. £2 to put towards our golden Sari kit with Linda. £2 to put towards the pink, the pastel Soutache kit, or the monochromatic Soutache kit, or the gorgeous rich red garnets we've got, or the new crimpers I've got for you later on today, as well as my star buys before Big Dog Mad Dog joins me at 5 for the night show. I know he's got something amazing plans, so whatever you do, keep watching. It's glorious to have 12 hours of the live show. Number 1, can you guess what number 1 is, lovely Linda? What's been absolutely hot to trot today, absolutely irresistible and unmissable? What's been absolute? Can you guess, Linda, what it's been?
Chain.
Chain, chain, chain. Of course she knows it's chain. Of course she knows it's chain, because we know what you love. 10 meters of golden chain. Think about those golden pearls. We know the chain designs are so hot to trot right now. Think about that gold chain with your golden pearl, your white pearls as well. How gorgeous are your designs going to look? I always think this looks like a Beyonce earring, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? Look at that. It's Tina Turner's skirt, that is. 10 meters flash copper, gold flash copper, and these are the large, thick, the large, thick. I forgot the word. Huh? Yeah, no, not the links. This is a type of belcher chain. There you go. Yeah, the links. Thank you. The belcher chain, as it were, really thick. So please, I haven't got a lot. But we know the chain, the 10 meters, everything that we brought you this week in the hearts, the silver flash, the gold flash, the rose gold copper flash. There is a queue forming for the number 1, the numero uno. So make sure you don't miss out. GTQZ50. Good luck, everybody. The designer decides. She hasn't said anything else to me. I know she's waiting on those pearls. I don't blame her. She'd have the chain, only she's thinking I've got all those findings, so I need some more gemmage. Okay, let's bring you a prize for 10 meters. And you know, one of the big 5 top looks this autumn is the chain. It's layering the chain. It's intermingling the chain with the gemstones. It's creating length with the chain. It's not just about a bracelet and one necklace. It's creating chain, doubling up, tripling up in between gem lengths. It's creating long tassel links, chunkier designs over our chunkier knits. So for $9.95, £1 a metre, and it's gold. It's proper 9-carat gold flash over the copper. So that's the affordability, and this is a lovely thick belcher chain as well. And what I love about these links is we can put the jump rings in there, we can create charm bracelets, we can interchange links on trying to create bookmarks, we can create phone charm links, we can create bag charms, brooch links. Oh, there's so much we can do. Long earring, loop the loop, tassel necklaces, waterfall necklaces. The possibilities are endless. We can create little glass charms around our posh glass crystal for our bibbly bobbly on Christmas Day, or a bit of bibble and bubble in our pints. I don't know, whatever you want to create, you can create. Lovely Christmas cracker designs. You can have, quite frankly, the 10 meters, I might as well drape my tree in gold flash copper chain. You've got a very posh tree there, Ollie. Just shove it on your tree, that's what I do. What kind of tree do you have, darling? Draped with gold. I'm going round Ollie's house, Ollie Campion's house, do you know what I mean? Gold, the gold tree. He's all flashed like Liberace, that fella. $9.95. Have you got a gold-plated embellished piano in your house as well, Ollie? Yeah, just like Elvis. Priscilla bought Elvis one for the first anniversary, didn't he? I saw it at the Nashville Museum. It got 18-carat gold-plated baby grand piano. It's bizarre. Hey, you know what's on next Friday? 9 o'clock, the nation's favourite Elvis song.
I know.
Ah, Linda loves him just as much as I do, so we can't wait.
Oh my word. Oh.
What is the best song? You love that ballad, don't you?
Yeah, like You Gave Me a Mountain is my
You Gave Me a Mountain. I don't know what's. Oh, I do. I think I do. Do I?
Oh,
do
Kentucky
I?
Rain.
Kentucky. That's the one I was thinking of for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kentucky Rain. Oh, do I love? You see, I'm very fond of. I've gone blank now. I'm very fond of the fast one. I've gone completely blank. What's the one I love? The fast one.
There's quite a few, Fee. Just a few. Just a smidge.
I've gone completely blank. Oh, sorry, I digress. I shouldn't be talking about Elvis. $9.95 GTQZ5. Suspicious Minds.
Oh, yes.
Thank heavens for that. Thank heavens for that. Ah, it's a classic. Guaranteed to get you on the dance floor. So this is a classic, but it's selling out fast, but there should be enough for those of you on the phone line, so stay fast there. We think those of you on the phone, there's enough there for you, so keep calling, you gorgeous jewellery makers. Lots more. We're only about halfway through the show. I'm going to keep that with me and keep you up to date on stock, but we've got good availability of that. So let's keep Beyonce's earring with us there so that we don't forget. And don't forget as well, I mean, just think about those garnets. They are my star buy coming up at the end of the hour, my lovely crimps. Just think about those draped from the gold. I mean, oh, just amazing. With perhaps, you know, a strand of the gold pearls as well. I mean, this is heaven sent. This is magic jewellery making. We need to get going on this now.
Oh,
we need to.
that.
I mean, that is just luxury.
That is.
Isn't that heaven?
Fab. There's a multi-stranded necklace.
Yeah, that should have been your designer decides.
Yeah.
You did well.
Yeah,
too late. You've only got one more choice, Lind.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm stopping here till everybody's left, and I'll have them.
Well, I know. I love it. I love the way she. I'll have them. I'll have them. Right, darling. What's next? Pearl, the pearly section for our lovely Linda. Now, darling, I've muddled them all up, you'll be glad to know. So it's not the quiches. Which size is it? That could be either of these. What are the other size ones, beautiful? Forgive me, I'm going to look at my sheet as well. It's all right. There's 2 strands here that I've got. One's bigger than the other. So, right. So I'm going to go for the big ones. Let me show you what I'm rattling on about. One's a 9x8 and the other's a 10x11. So it's the 10x11, darling, isn't it? See? I've got both of these, you see. I'm going to go for the bigger ones first. It's the start of my pearly section, but as I showed you earlier, just feast your eyes on what we're about to bring you, how you could mix them up, how you need to get definitely a few of these, not just the one, how sensational your designs are going to look, maybe with that gold chain. Add your garnet into that and your designs are just the utmost in designer chic and luxury. I mean, that is heaven sent. But I'm going to show you, these are all limited in my pearls, okay? I've only got 130 of those garnets. We're still available on the chain, but we're going to do the biggest of the, we're calling them peach, but to me, and I'll ask Linda as well, I'm seeing more of a champagne gold.
Yes, most definitely. When I went to Dubai earlier in the year, and I mean, you know, they're into their really blingy jewellery, but champagne pearls, big boys, were really featuring in all the, you know, in the Mall of the Emirates. In those fantastic.
That's where the money is, Linda, isn't
exactly.
it? Yeah,
and they were really featuring pearls.
Gosh, these
that's Christmas Day to
oh,
me. What
isn't
you've
it?
Just done. That's
I know.
that's my Christmas present.
Heavens above, they're going to think, what
There's only 129 of them left.
I know. Because Linda's already snatched one of those garnet strands. There was 130 for the end of the show, but the one's already gone. All right. HJGP75, I'm going to bring you a fantastic, now these are, we've really got to appreciate the size of these gorgeous natural peach cultured pearls, because these are big. Now when they grow so large, when they've got such a blemish free surface, when they've taken, these can take anything up to 10 years to grow. These are organic pearls. 4mm is your average. You saw 4mm rounds earlier in the gems I was doing earlier, right at the start of the show. But these are 10 to 11mm, so these can take up to 10 years to grow. These are your premium pearls. I appreciate, okay, maybe not absolutely perfectly spherically round, but to my eye, the eye always draws on the beauty and literally rounds it up anyway. But can you decipher where the wibble or the wobble is? No, they are absolutely gorgeous. The orient on the horizon is, the nasal layers have grown so thick that you've got so much pearlescence. The orient is just glowing. The glow from these pearls is so deep because the layering is so thick, because they've grown to be 11mm, that they just light up the room. These are the biggest of my pearls. These are just natural champagne golden pearls, not painted beads. You can pay £15–20 for painted plastic, and these are to last. All you need is your handy bead knotter tool and knot those individually so to prevent chafing. I mean, just look at that. Heaven sent. Now, one of these pearls sections, you're going to be one down already, because I know the designer decides she's going to snaffle one. So beware. I don't know which one, but I have a feeling in my water that one is going to be gone. We're very limited already. And that's not just because of Linda. It's because they've been so popular. We've got 7 strands of pearls to bring you.
It's a difficult choice.
Here's the choice is get a few.
Well, yes, that's right.
Because one isn't going to be enough.
No. Absolutely not. No.
Here's the price. I know, just look at that. And you think you pay that, we've seen it, we've been in the shops, we've seen the pearls, they never fall out of fashion. I mean, just that with the garnets, as you said, that is Christmas Day. How stunning. Another layer of pearls there. Please don't miss out. These are the biggest of my pearls, the most sumptuous of my pearls, along with my white pearls coming up. I mean, just layer them with the white pearls, put in the quiche pearls there as well. They're absolutely heaven sent. I am going to move on to those. I mean, just look at this, the design you could create with pearls of this sumptuous nature. I mean, that necklace is drop dead, stand out, gorgeous, whatever you create. But I'm very limited on those gorgeous, large. I'm going to move on to the white now, which we know are immensely popular. On a par with my gorgeous champagne blonde pearls there. And again, the pure white, the bridal white. Just you think one of those for a pearl ring, isn't that statuesque? Isn't that stunning? When they made the most delicious pair of, this is why Linda has said as well, get one is not enough, because you're going to want to make the bracelet, you're going to want to make the necklace, and you're going to want to have the earrings. And remember, you're only paying for one postage packaging price, but I'm already limited on all these pearl strands. And I know, if I know Linda, she would have about at least 3 of these strands to create.
All of them.
No, all of them. 6 then. I'm limiting Linda here, and I shouldn't do that. Our designer decides, don't forget. I'm waiting for the shout out. FEGP.
That one.
Okay, we're one down already. She's decided. She's only allowed 3 choices in today's live show. She's got the Tanzanite. She saw what I showed her, but she's already decided she wants these in her designer-led inspiration piece challenge today. She decides, it's nothing to do with me.
Finish with the Tanzanite. You have to buy this Tanzanite.
You have to get that Tanzanite.
I'm sorry to come in over the top of that at the minute, Fee, but I've just worked with it. You have to have it. It's stunning.
I can see her creating a silver chain piece here.
Stunning.
That is stunning already from the corner of my eye. All right, I'm limited. The largest of our white pearls currently in stock. That is just crazy.
Oh, wow.
Crazy. You know, you would not get that for real pearls anywhere else as far as I'm concerned other than the Jewellery Maker. You and I have both seen that for plastic, painted plastic which rubs off. There is nothing plasticky about these organic, natural, you know, pearls, cultured pearls made by the wee clams and the oysters of China, the Fujian and Wuling rivers of China, where they are cared for and protected from predators and adverse weather conditions and alkaline, you know, the acidity in the water, you know, they are protected, they are nurtured, they are cared for. And this is what your cultured pearls are all about. Look at that quality strand. And that is ready with, if you got the silver stash earlier, or you got the Soutache kit with your 98 pieces of silver plated copper findings, you've got your toggle clasp in there to instantly make an 18-inch princess length necklace. That's your classic 18-inch. Get a few and go for a really tremendous matinee length, you know, between 20 to 30, or a rope length 40-inch necklace. Get a few, so create that drama, create the chain. Did you see Sheila on Thursday? She had this lovely long pearls there, the smaller pearls, and then layer, about 4 or 5 different layers, tiered layers. It was actually a necklace then that could transfer back up into a bib necklace, and she just undid the toggle and cleverly all dropped into a longer bib rope necklace. $11.95 FEGP61. On to my next, darling. What's it to be? They're the midnight blue pearls, which looks so fantastic with those white pearls. Look at those. Bring in your pearls and your gold. Oh my word, just think of that with your gold chain as well. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. The gold and the white and the blue. Genuine cultured pearls with that lovely midnight. There you go, darling. There you go. Dare I give her these white ones now? There we go. The designer decides. That's her third and last choice. You can't have the blue ones now. Which is it going to be, darling? You want to change your mind now? She's dithering now that she's seen the midnight blues.
I'm going to stick with this but that with the Tanzanite.
I know, the blues and the purples of the Tanzanite. She can only have one more choice. I'm sorry, she's overspent herself there too early, if you don't mind me. She's peaked too early, if you don't mind me saying so.
That's just the story of my life.
The blue, midnight blue cultured potato pearls. There's nothing potato about these. I've got a big bag of Maris Pipers in my garage. Now that's a potato. Them wibbles and wobbles. There's nothing wibbly and wobbly about these. These are stupendous. They're gorgeous. Look at that metallic finish. GEGP 78. Gorgeous. Do you know, just the pop of these 3 in a, and I've got a fantastic nether kit that Linda is working on. Look at that with the pop of some waxed cord, a macrame bracelet, and then maybe just 3 in there. That's all it takes. Beautiful, with some gold wire and then some gold pearls. Oh, the designs you could make, you and I together today, and then the gold chain. Oh, we've got to have it all. It's just got to be done. Let's do it, Philip, my darling. Oh my goodness, $11.95. That colour pop, that rich royal blue. You know, this is just like the section from da 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 da. Boo! Unfortunately, Fee's still in it, so I'm not been able to step into the arms of Anton yet, but my time will come. $11.95. Please don't miss out. Okay, the what, darling? The smaller ones. You have the larger ones. There's nothing small about the impact of these, though. Look at these. You see, you could have the. Oh, these are just tremendous. Look at these. Look at that. With the, you've got to have. As Linda said, get all 6. You've just got to. They're just so utterly, utterly beautiful. Have all 6. I just love layering these and layering them in stretchy bracelets. Did you get that coloured? I mean, just look at that for Christmas, and then maybe some chain in there. Oh, the designs we could make together today. That's why we need to be on the phone. We're limited on these pearls though, because they're just so deliciously beautiful. I just, you know, sometimes just keeping it simple. I'm a simple child. Just fantastic. And then maybe some little the jump rings. I love Linda and Sheila. They just put a little bunching of jump rings in between the pearls maybe. And then that ties in with the chain and that jangle of seeing the gold in there. Oh, so we need to get it all basically. Anyway, these are the next size down. I'm very, very limited on my gold pearls here. Don't deny yourself. Oh, you what? You beauty. $5.95. That's just a crazy town jump. Put them with the quiches. I know, shaking your head at me. $5.95. You definitely need to get those and the large ones as well. But you can see the difference. Notice how there is a bit more wibble. That reflects in the price. Okay, there's a bit more wibble. The larger ones had that perfect round, didn't they? So we've got a bit more wibble. It's reflecting in the price, okay? With a little bit more for that perfection, it's well worth it. Don't buy the plastic. But if you want the look and you don't mind the wibble, or you're thinking, Fee, I need the wibble and I need the round, I need it all. $5.95. Adds the layering, adds the length, gives you the rope and gives you the bracelet to match and the earrings, but at a fraction of the cost. So we can afford to get both today. ILGP05. You'd be a fool to miss out today. Honest to goodness, you would. We're going to move on. The Kishi culture pearls, or Keishi from the Japanese meaning poppy seed. That's all right, darling. Some people say Kishi, some people say Keishi. Tomato. It's like Nesa Nacre. I know. Chalcedony, Chalcedon. You get it all in the industry. All the different pronunciations. I want these with the garnets. Please do not deny yourself to have these wine-rich garnets. I mean, that is beautiful. Do you agree with me? I hope you agree with me. These remind me of little sort of currants or coated cornflakes. Can I just say they're not coated cornflakes? They're just the irregularity of 100% pure Nesa. So the pearlescent luster is so energized and effervescent and so utterly beautiful and captivating and mesmerizing that it is remarkable. These are so rare as well, because now with the development of modern machinery and the ability to x-ray pearls, in the earlier nucleated stages of pearls, they will actually look at the pearl being formed. If it is not nucleated, as the poppy seed pearl, as the Kishi pearls are not, so they will actually intervene as opposed to interfere, and actually nucleate the pearl, so then it becomes a cultured pearl that is either round or sort of the potato shape. So that is why the Kishi pearls are so rare. So with the modern machinery and x-raying, they will intervene in that process, so you don't tend to have your 100% pure Nesa with no nucleus in there at all. So what we're about to do, young Philip, on this is extraordinary. I know it says peach, but Linda will vouch for me on this. There is more of a gold, they're more gold, a blonde champagne.
Definitely.
With a peach infusion.
Definitely.
Because peach to me, that's peach, you know, it's more, peach is like a peach colour, this is gold. Think of a Bellini.
Oh yeah.
$9.95, phenomenal. $9.95. For those deliciously beautiful, effervescent, the energizing beauty is hypnotic and very low in stock on all of these pearls, but just look how magical they are in the layering. Look how stunning they are with the interaction of another pearl strand or those amazing garnets. I mean, there's your Downton ready to go. There is your Christmas jewellery. There is your eye-catching showstopper on your stand when you're selling or, you know, giving something beautiful as Kishi pearls and garnets, and don't deny they're my star buy later on. Okay, I'm going to move on to my purple Kishi pearls. Oh, they look, see, this would go on Ollie's Christmas tree. You know, he's got the gold strands of the gold flash copper chain. He's just adorning his tree in gold and gemstones. But this always does remind me of tinsel. It's the way in which the Kishis have been center drilled. You'll notice on the other Kishi pearls, they were top drilled, so they hung up and down. These are center drilled, and don't they look stunning with the gold chain and the rich wine garnets? I know, look at that. Linda's already thinking, I wish I'd chosen that now. Yeah.
Yeah, garnet's
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, I mean, garnet's my birthstone, so I love a garnet.
That's a given, isn't it?
Yeah, absolute given. Yeah, that's stunning.
Because they're centre drilled. How do they work differently, Linda? Because you're the designer here, darling.
Well, I mean, when they're sort of top drilled, obviously you're going to get a completely different drop. So consequently, you can do completely different designs with them.
Yeah.
Centre drilled ones are lovely if you want sort of a little bunched type design. Particularly if you're doing a 3-stranded layer, it looks great if you're doing 3 strands and then pulling them together with one gemstone. So you've got 3 strands of those. It's stunning because you get a real structure.
Yeah.
Whereas the other Keshi pearl, you have a gorgeous tumble on
Tumble, yeah. And I suppose you could, I'm just thinking of your coloured thread or your coloured wire, you could over knit so that they does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. That one, you can almost button thread.
Oh yes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
You know, so they come back on yourself, so you can actually turn the face of them.
So that's the face. So as Linda's explaining, you can actually thread and through and then sort of lay them horizontally so they sort of overlap button-like. So once you take them off, you've got all that surface area there to play with. Stunning. And that colour just is perfect with the garnets. JFGP 82. And these are the Keshi pearls with just the fun of that purple metallic coating. So the genuine pearls underneath there, just that metallic coating giving you that really rich mauve. They would be pretty. I'm just thinking with the pastel pink Soutache kit in some way, if you could incorporate that into your designs, the sewing on of maybe, because I'm just thinking of those purples and those pinks with rose quartz. $7.95, gorgeous with rose gold as well. And limited, and my last but not least are those gorgeous white rice bead shape pearls as well. Oh, and I've got some bronze ones as well. Oh, sorry, yeah, me bronzies. Let me get me bronzies out, and then I'll bring you the white ones. They'll be the last one. Is that more than 6? 1, 2, 7. Look at those 3 together. You see the bronze. Ah, autumn. And then the gold chain, it's all working beautifully together today. Right, we'll bring you the bronze and then I'll bring you those white ones as well. Limited though, this is your chestnut brown, your conker brown, isn't it? But they are the Baroque Bronze Cultured Pearl, VAGP70. Again, very limited. Very limited and lovely again with those wine rich garnets. These garnets just go with everything. Get them for January as well. January birthstones, they just imbue a sense of occasion and richness, and I think that's the same with pearls. They have that timeless sense of occasion, and with the colours and the shapes we're able to bring you, we can bring them bang up to date. It needn't just be, I suppose, your princess lead simple necklaces, although as beautiful as that is, we can give you the metallic colours there. These look beautiful with the blue as well, mixing it up with the white in there and a bit of gold chain, just gorgeous, funking it up a little bit more. Okay, our penultimate pearl auction, $6.95. Don't forget Linda's working with the tanzanite from earlier and the large white culture pearl, which were $11.95, and she chose our sterling silver and rose gold and the flash findings, which was $862. We took it down to something like £36 instead of £50. If you think, what's she wittering on about, ask the call centre. They could certainly enlighten you in what you've already missed in our designer day today. But right now, the bronze pearls, the penultimate auction of the pearls, are $6.95. And last but not least, and that gold chain I keep showing you is still available. Well done, everybody. There's 10 meters of the large, thick Belcher gold chain. And I think we gave it away at $9.95, didn't we? It was number 1 in our top 10 today. GPQ Z7, no, 50. But the call centre, just say 10 meters of gold Belcher chain, gold flash plated copper chain, and feeded it about half an hour ago. Let's bring you the white pearls, and the call centre can certainly add it to your order. You're rolling over from Jenny and Hannah's show this morning, 1 postage and packaging price. And don't forget at 5 o'clock we've got the live show with Mad Dog, Big Dog Ed. And we've got another designer-led masterclass from Linda with the Sari silk this afternoon. These are, again, I want to put these garnets with everything. I mean, that is just beautiful. I hope you agree. I mean, those garnets are the personification of Christmas. It's the wine-rich colours, the rich jewel-rich colours. The droplets give such elegance. Do you think just a few of those hanging from a pearl necklace, just maybe a pearl and then a garnet, pearl and a garnet. The charms you could hang from that gold chain that you got. Just stunning. 2 droplets with a pearl vertically on the top to be a pair of earrings. I mean, how very simple and sophisticated would that look? Just a drop pearl, a garnet on a shepherd's hook or an eye pin there, draped from the earlobe or dropping from a cascade of gold chain. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Pearls and garnets are just an absolute winner. These are a bargain, an absolute bargain. Our lowest price of the pearl section so far, and if you love your droplets, as quite rightly you should, we've got a droplet section coming up later on in the show as well, including droplets of goodness like aquamarine and beryls, and the most substantial, stunning 60 carats of morganite with these pearls would look beautiful. That's a really high-end strand for my collectors in the designer-led show. And text us in 60777 what you want to see more of in the day show. We know you wanted more of the designer-led, taking you through step-by-step procedures, as it were. So that's what we've responded to in our new day show, which launched yesterday. But of course it is in format, it is responding to what you want to see more of. So we're developing as we go. We've had a couple of texts in already. Keep us texting in. We'd love to hear from you on 60777, because obviously we want to bring you what you want to see, so you can dictate what you want to see more of in the designer-led shows as well as we go forward and find our feet. So $4.95 for the white cultured pearl rice beads, BGGP70. The most affordable of the pearl strands. You got to get 2 or 3 of these minimum. Minimum. Okay, this is from Raymond and Joanne in Devon. Hello, Raymond. Hello, Joanne. Hello, Fee and Linda. Now she says, loving the show. Linda, I love your jumper. It's like a jumper dress she's got on. She says, you look stunning. That's all to love. Love to all. And that's Joe Beer in Devon. That's a regular. That's Joe, not Joe Beer, Joe from Beer in Devon. She's a regular. She loves your jumper dress. I'm going to call it the Soutache dress.
Yeah, the Soutache dress. Yeah.
I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it, with all that rufflage. And we've had another one. Thank you very much. Lovely to hear from you today. This is from Susan and Sari. Hello, loving the show. Now, can anyone tell me if you do the silk thread for threading pearls, please? And that is from Sue Tyler. The silk thread. Oh, right, okay. So if we want to, they're on temporary strands, aren't they? So if we want to rethread and knot our pearls.
It's a bit controversial, actually. I do understand the reason why people think that they should string pearls onto silk, because that's how it has been done in effect. It's tradition, that's exactly right. But the Eslon thread that we do, we may do silk, I don't know, you have to ask Hannah. But the Eslon thread that I use with my Soutache is much, much stronger. Eventually silk, because it's a natural fibre, it will wear, and hence so if you are
the
using
reknotting
silk,
of pearls,
you must knot them with silk. But if you don't particularly want to knot your pearls, then use the Eslon thread, because it is much, much stronger. But yes, if you're going to do it up the traditional route, silk, you must knot your pearls. So get the pearl
bead knotting tool.
Because
the
only reason why we knot pearls is simply the fact if it goes, and silk does go eventually, you don't want to lose your pearls.
It's a natural fibre, so I think it was just from tradition, isn't it? Saying your
traditional,
pearls are on silk, it's very exotic and luxurious.
Two natural complete organic mediums together.
But time's moved on now. We've got much stronger.
And I do know from a string of pearls that were my mum's that were silk strung.
They had to be reknotted,
thank goodness they were knotted.
Individually, because that stops them all pinging off and rolling off into heavens and nowheres. And one down the radiator, and that's it, you're lost, you're done for.
You know, that one where you think you saw where it went, you have no idea where it went.
No, it's already in the garden, Linda.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what these things do. They jump across and it's already in the garden. It's like when you lose one of your contact lenses. It's in the next postal district, and you just think, how did it get there? How did it get there? Or, you dropped in the bathroom and it's downstairs in the kitchen by the oven. You just think, how? Right, Philip, my darling, thank you for that. Lovely texts. Lovely texts. Keep them coming in. We adore hearing from you today and sharing the new format of the show. The next section is going to be devoted to Linda and her silk sari inspired design. So I'm going to bring you a kit so that you can emulate as Linda has made one of her designs, and she'll take it through a step by step. And then we'll also at the same time afterwards show you alternatives to the kit using the same elements but different colours. Okay. I'll be quick because it's Linda that's the most interesting. We have got within this our wire, our gold coloured wire 1.5 and the 1mm gauged wire. Now this is our gold coloured silver plated wire, 2 gauges, 1.25 and 1.5. We've also got our wax cord, and there's 10 metres each of that. We've also got our broil blue wax cord, and we've also got our sandy brown bronze wax cord as well. How many meters is that? Is that 5 meters? I'm just trying to remember. And I've also got it in the baby pink. That's all right, darling. I just can't remember off the top of my head. That's terrible. It might be 3 meters. It might be. It's actually 10 meters. There we go. So 10 of the gold in the 1.5 and the 1.0 millimeter, and then 10 meters of the brown, 10 meters of the blue, 10 meters of the baby pink, 10 meters of the green, 10 meters of the orange. This is all your wax 1mm cord, and the autumnal sari ribbon. You get 100 grams. So that is your gorgeous autumn gold sari ribbon. And we'll bring you the bronze and the copper afterwards, but this is what Linda's worked with, so we're going to go and see Linda now. Linda, do you need any of the components I've got with me on the table, darling?
Don't think you could bring the wire, perhaps.
I can bring the wire.
No,
okay,
no, I'm fine.
No, you're okay. Just like to check. We're going to see Linda. So she's already, yeah, you can't have any more, but no, it's just in case of demonstration. So this is an entire designer-led golden sari necklace kit, and we're going to bring you the bronze and the copper as alternatives as well. But let's go and see Linda now and see the creation that she's going to take us through step by step. So these are all the components: orange cord, green wax cord, 10 meters of those, 10 of the blue, 10 of the brown, gold copper wire 10 meters in the 1mm, gold copper wire in the 1.5mm in the 10 meters of it, and the autumnal sari ribbon. Beautiful.
All right, we have.
Let's bring in the price.
Yeah, we have. Sorry.
That's all right, darling. That's okay. A mere £21.95. Whether you want to create Linda's design or use those components separately, you can. Now, Linda's got one that we're going to concentrate on in terms of design.
That's the one we're concentrating on. This with a cord. I'll just quickly explain because it's a little bit niece led, as it were. My niece came around the night before last, and she was telling me about a new thing that's going around her school, which is macraming big time, absolutely big time. And they're macraming bracelets and necklaces and things, and they've come across a thing in her little set, which is now spreading throughout the school, about putting together with various coloured threads pieces of jewellery, i.e. that's got sort of a pendant from them, and if you can see that sort of, this is just, I thought I'd just humour her. And you can see from an open weave square stitch macrame there that I've tied a little bow on there. Well, apparently they are giving in their little gang, as it were, and they're only 10-year-olds. Each one of them has got a colour as a second name. So consequently, they're tying within this, I've only put the one on, but they're tying within there a coloured thread, which basically is saying, you're my best friend, or it's really, really, but she said, Auntie Linda, could you please invent me a piece of jewellery to do that with?
Fantastic.
So I must admit, use the cord in this particular bundle to do just that, and then I use the sari silk in the other.
That's fantastic, but just goes to show you how the cord can be used in another way.
Yeah, and the kids are really into
just so easy, it's just knotting and plaiting, isn't it?
Yes.
And we've got all loads of macrame DVDs as well, if that's a way of working that you haven't tried. But the one we're going to thank you, Linda, that's fantastic. Well done to your niece for getting you to rustle that up.
Sari silk, I'm sorry for it, it's the sari silk.
Oh, it's okay, darling.
Sorry,
you explain this
fault.
necklace to us, because this is what we're going to get step by step. I'll get the sari silk.
This really is a very, very simple necklace using the majority of sari silk and the wire that you're getting in the bundle. I really sort of thought about what I was going to do this time with Sari Silk, and I thought I would try and make it. I've had lots of people say that they're sort of on the verge of trying Sari Silk, but they're not that sure whether they themselves feel what they've seen so far is wearable for them. So consequently, I thought, well, let's try and make something that is more perhaps perceived as a little bit more wearable, i.e. A little bit chunky and a little bit able to go with most wintry sort of autumny type of outfit that we're looking at now. So I thought I had an inspiration from a scarf, and that's really the inspiration I got for this particular piece. So I kept it quite simple in design, and yet I think that gold, that twisted gold in there just gives it that little bit of luxury.
Lovely,
it's a talking point, really. It's
beautiful.
Where did you get that?
Yes.
Because I've not seen one before.
Very different from anything you see, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're getting two
gauges
of wire. You're getting the beautifully heavy 1.5, which is the base of the pendant. Okay. So if I just get those out for a minute and just quickly show you what I did. Now, when I've taken the 1.5 off of the spool, obviously it's been there a while, a bit like the Soutache. It's got a nice sort of curve to it. So literally just take off, if you probably 3 or 4 basic rounds and then snip it off. Can I just ask you to use your older pliers, not brand new pliers on this. Keep older pliers, always keep them, sharpen them for things like cutting the thicker wires, or keep that particular plier for a thicker wire, because you'll find that if you're cutting thicker wires with your pliers, it's not going to cut the thinner wires quite so sharply. That's what I've learned. So I've cut probably a couple of feet long of the 1.5mm wire, and then I've just kept some excess on the one end and just set that off at an angle. You can make this whatever size you want. This is basically a template, so make it whatever size you want. So pull it in until you get roughly the size that you think that you want your pendant to be, and then take that little bit of excess around just there, just to keep the rest of it in place. So don't be too fussy, this is going to be hidden by the Sari Silk later. And then simply the excess from the other end, just pull in, literally pull it in like so, and that down, pull it in, keep it not quite so bulky as that, just keep it, it's just to keep that circle in. It doesn't need to look attractive in any way, shape or form, because that's exactly what it is, it's a form.
It's just reinforcing that circle shape,
just
isn't it?
literally a circle. Just keep bringing it round. You can, if you want to, you can make it much more sort of structured like that, but that is just absolutely fine. Just bend it in then, and this is the one I did a little bit earlier, which is slightly neater because I did it at home and I had a little bit more time. So that's all you need.
How did you finish it off, Linda? Did you just tuck it
just
in?
Just literally to finish it off, simply exactly how I started it, was just wind and finish off the wire basically. As I say, it's all going to be covered, so just use up the amount of wire, or if you
Did you tuck it in? Did you plier it?
Yes, yeah, tuck it in. It is going to be covered in Sari Silk.
Ah, right.
You know,
you just don't want it poking out.
If you want to make a neater version of this for this particular necklace and use this as a pendant, obviously do it a lot sort of more detail and more neat. And then any of these edges, these ends that we cut off, even though we cut them off flush down to there, do use a little bit of coarse sandpaper and take that little sharpness off.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So now we have the first part of it, which is going to be the beginning of our pendant. And then I used the wire twister to create these curtain ring type things. I mean, the wire twister is a great little tool, I'm sure you'll all agree, and it will twist the 1mm. I've used three lengths of the 1mm wire, and it's twisted those beautifully. Okay, when you're using your wire twister, just make sure that the lengths of wire that you attach to the wire twister, make sure that they are, so I've got the wire twister here, make sure that you get your twister and that you take them in, take the wire in from the bottom and up, sorry, this is my bottom, should I say. You're up. Take them in from the top out and then twist around beyond this disc, because if you leave that proudness of the wire towards this perpendicular of the tool here, as you turn it, you're going to scratch your hands. Literally, if they're standing proud there and you turn it, you'll scratch your hands. So make sure you thread through. Have I got some wire? Handy. Let's just chop some off of this. Probably would be much better to demonstrate that, wouldn't it, Finn?
I'm intrigued now, so I'm thinking
Yeah,
I don't want my bottom to be the wrong way up.
So come in through the base of the tool, okay? There.
Towards you.
Right. No, see, I've done it
No,
wrong now.
yeah,
Thinking about it,
sure
coming from the base of the tool, my end. Sorry, so that's
right.
The top of the tool, your
away
end.
from you. Right.
Yeah, away from you. So you've got the handle. It's coming down past the handle, out through that perspex discs there. Okay, and then you take your short length.
I see.
Around, and then make sure. I mean, you can use a phenomenal length of wire on it, but make sure that as you're adding the extra strands of wire, make sure that you sort of pull them out straight as you're doing it, and then finally when you're ready to fix to whatever medium, and I use a key and a door, whatever medium you're going to fix those ends onto to start your twisting, make sure that those lengths of wire are virtually exactly the same length if you can, because if you don't, that's when you get those tiny little kinks, you know, where the wire doesn't quite twist right because there's a tiny bit of excess that needs to go somewhere.
Right.
So make sure that they're completely exactly the same length and that you've got the same amount of tension on them, and make sure that that tension, opposite to Soutache, the tension is very, very tight. So make sure it's a good door, that you're not going to pull it out.
And those wire twisting tools are available on our website, which is just www.jewellerymaker.com.
So to make the rings here, I've actually got some wire twisted this morning, but I hadn't got enough of my one left at home. So I've used 2 different coloured wires, which actually is very pretty.
Yes.
It's a copper and a gold. So you've got your length of twisted wire. So then ring mandrel, or something that you can use as a mandrel, okay? And then the top end, just hold on right towards the top. Hold on to that excess there. Keep lots and 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 lots of tension, okay? And just twist around. You're making jump rings, basically, is what you're doing. So twist that round, keep some nice tension there so it's nice and tight. Slide it off. Now, these are old pliers, but they might not be quite sharp enough. As that point there on the end, we're forming a series of jump rings now, so to cut them we need to go parallel to that, okay? So we just need to go parallel, and we've made a jump ring there. So wherever that cut has gone, we just need to get our pliers touching that last one and cut again, okay? So that we've got basically perfect jump rings.
They're lovely.
Okay, so that's that part of the necklace. Then we're going to make some more jump rings now. If you've got the deluxe mandrel, gizmo I should say, if you've got the deluxe gizmo, then you can use that. If you've got the 8 to 9 mil rod that goes through it, then you can use them. But I hadn't got that. I think Sheila had borrowed it actually.
Oh,
so
that woman.
yeah,
Oh, that's
absolutely.
Sheila.
So using the 1 mil wire, I just used a pencil. So again, exactly the same thing. Pop the wire on, get some real tension going on.
Great idea.
And just coil around. Keep them tight. Keep them near each other, if not virtually on top of each other, and you'll get a perfect jump ring. Okay, so you do that, slip that off, and then do exactly the same thing again. Obviously that's standing proud, you'd nip that off and then cut. But if you've got the jump ring maker or the
wiki
gizmo,
white cone, does that work? The wiki white
no,
cone,
there's a proper jump ring maker.
Oh
thing.
yes,
the
yes,
white
there
cone is where you make
on
cone.
our website. Yeah.
But we have the jump ring makers. I think we've got them in stock. But if not, just use a pencil or something round like that, and then cut off a series of jump rings. Always make more than what you think you're going to need, because again, the kitchen in my house tends to swallow things when I drop them.
Goes on Pete's foot, that's where it goes.
Absolutely. Then the next step to this is using the sari silk. So we unravel the sari silk, and that in itself, it's so well put together. It's like put together in the old skein, and there is a knack to untwisting it.
Yes.
Okay, so we untwist it, and then you'll see this is a beautiful proper sari silk. This is taken from a factory in India, a workshop in India, I should say, that makes saris, and these are all sari silks that are just used, are just left over from making those gorgeous saris, and we just buy them in, in the various colour schemes that we can. And this is a beautiful copper bronzy colour for the autumn, and you'll see that they're quite sort of slim. These are, some of our sari silks are wider, some of them are in sort of patches, but these proper ribbons of sari silk. The one I had when I made this one up had got some beautiful patterned ones into as well. These have got some beautiful, almost deep purples, so you almost see those autumn leaves.
Reds in there.
Beautiful colours in there. So you unravel those, okay, and take out 6 lengths, right? You obviously cut one end and then very carefully take out 6 lengths. Now the lengths are about 4 meters. Again, it's better to have too much than not enough. So do about 6 4 meter lengths. And the way I did it literally was I measured a length from here to the end of my arm, and then again, and then let it drop, and obviously then cut where the two ends met. That was a quick way of doing it.
Sorry to ask a silly question.
That's one long length.
Right, thank you, yeah.
That is one long length of sari silk.
Yeah.
In places it's just stitched together.
Right.
But for me, the beauty of sari silk is it's sort of shabby chic look, it's rustic look. I adore it.
It is very boho.
Very boho chic, absolutely, that's the word for it. So take 6 lengths of about 4 meters, and then I use my macrame
Macrame board, yeah.
Okay, to plait. All we're doing, I don't need to show you, I'm sure I don't need to show you how to plait, but just put your 6 lengths in the end of the macrame there. Okay, I'll get the one that's ready. Knot your 6 lengths off, just in a normal knot like that, an overhand knot, and then that will quite happily go in. Those lengths there, those 6 will happily go in there, and just fix it, and then plait. Use 3 strands of 2. See what that's why we've got 6. So just use 3 strands of 2,
gotcha.
and just create a plait. Again, it really it doesn't. Don't over worry this at all, because as I say, it's the shabby chic look that a lot of people enjoy, that you're looking for. So we need to make 2 of those lengths more. I mean, that's where we've got to. We've ended up with probably that's 2.5 feet, okay, of plaits. Now, what we have to do now is simply find the centre of both. Keep both of those plaited lengths together, and then taking your jump rings, which I hadn't prepped and cut, but what we need to do now is to make put the jump rings that we've made. I mean, you may well have loads of jump rings that you bought from us in the past in different colours. The rubber jump rings will work, but if you're into chainmail, then that's fantastic, because you'll have the ready-made jump rings. Around 8mm, 9mm is perfect. So we've created some open jump rings. So what we need to do now is simply open them like you would a door, as we've said before, and then taking the sari silk plait is to pop some inside and close it back up like the door. I think I've put, I don't know how many I've put on there, probably 6 or 7 randomly towards the centre.
Yes, 7.
Okay.
And then maybe another one there with
so
8. Or, yeah.
Pop them on, pop 6 or 7 of those on. I'll just put one more on.
Now there's a little bit of a queue on the phone lines, but you're all being successful at the moment, so please just stay with us. We have got enough for everybody, and we have got the other colours coming up in the bronze and the copper as well.
And then on the other sari ribbon that you've just made, just go slightly off. If we've got both of these plaits in the centre, put one perhaps there, and then just go slightly off center from that one on the other one. This is very random when we put it on, but you'll find that you can twitch it around a little bit. Now all we do now is take our ring that we made earlier, okay, and then we need to work from just around the base, right? We need to put the sari silk on, and it's just simply popping it through, okay, just twirling it round. It looks very, ooh, that's a bit easy, isn't it? But that's what it's meant to be. Just work it round. And what we've got to watch for is that we have started from roughly, nigh on the centre of our 2 strands, because we're going to finish up and we want 2 neckline lengths that are going to be equal. Okay, right. So that was something I found at my cost when I was just watching the TV, and then I thought, oh, that one's much shorter than the other. But you know, it's not rocket science, but you can undo it, because that's all we're doing, is literally winding it around. Now, another thing I thought when I made it, can't quite see here's our jump rings appearing, and obviously if you've got more on, you'll find them in different areas as well, but there's where the jump rings are. If you're not quite happy with where the other set is coming, which would be absolutely fine if I'd got the full selection on there, as far as I'm concerned, I would like to see them there and then running at the side of it. But if not, just put the sari silk on again and square them up a little bit more. Or once you've got the sari silk wrapped around, what you can do then is add the jump rings afterwards, because you've still got plenty of leverage there to pop your jump rings on. Now when we get to the top, always do very, I haven't left myself enough on that one, but we can show you the from the other one and how to finish it off. But what we do, it's a simple knot. All we do is just knot both strands together, because I haven't left myself that much on the other one. I'm going to struggle pulling it through. Let's find it. Let's go down a bit, down to the bottom. So we just hold it, tie a knot. This is why I say always make more than you think you're ever going to need. Okay, and we just pull it into a knot. Now, if you want to be a bit more sparing on that, then it's quite nice actually to see some gold through it. Yeah, it's quite nice to see the gold there shining through. So you could space it and have the gold. If you see, obviously this sari silk is joined and it is sewn and it's joined. I quite like this shabby chic look, but you know, you can trim that off if that offends you. Just trim it off. And then when we come up the neckline here, so this is very, very simple. Is all I've done is I've taken both of the ends of the sari silk, and then I've I'll undo the knot on this one, but undo the knot on the other one if they're the same length. And then I've simply laid that down, don't worry about it. And then using the 1mm wire, take a good length of your 1mm, and holding on, this is all excess now, holding on to both strands, do what we've done with making our jump rings, but now we're making it around the sari silk. Have lots and lots of tension, okay, and really push that around the sari silk, okay, really get it to knit around, so that you're working up again in what looks like, it's just, you've got the jump rings going on in the pendant, so I thought this was quite a nice way
ties it in,
of tying it all in. So just pop that around and around, so we've got that jump ring look at the top. We'll pull that one a little bit neater in, and then when we get to this point now, what I'm going to do is, if you'd be kind enough to just ignore that for now, just for a minute, I'm going to bring in another piece, just one strand of the sari silk, because this is what I want to tie around the back of the neckline. I'm going to cut this off and sort of make it safe with glue. So at this point now, I'm going to bring in a piece of ribbon, just a single piece of ribbon there, and knot that in as well. Okay, and then we can trim that off later. That'll be perfectly safe. Just bring that in so that we've got a nice sort of long length. We'll cut that off and secure that with a tiny drop of glue, just a tiny drop of glue there, and knot that one off as well. Okay, now we've got that completely safe. So what I want to do now is put another piece of wire on, because I'm not too sure at this point, none of us are when we're making jewellery, as to you know, when you're inventing a piece of jewellery, you sort of, it evolves as you're working it, really. So then I'm thinking, well, that I would like to have a little bit of a finish to it. So either have a much longer length of wire than I first used, or just start again and just make that a little bit longer. Okay, so we'll pull that one in behind. We'll trim that off in a minute. Keep that coming round, and then keep this nice length. You've got this nice length. And then using your round nose pliers, you're going to just do a spiral. So we just start that off with a curve, just a little curve like that, and swap to our flat nose pliers and just ease the wire down. People say about making, there was a lady I was talking to the other day, she said her spirals, she could never really get them pleasing. Well, the thing is just to keep making sure that you're doing a little bit at a time, and that you are keeping that part that you've already worked in those flat nose pliers, and just ease it, push the hand that you're working the spiral, push that around, and just keep this the piece that's going into the spiral, just ease it gently, a little bit at a time, is, to be honest, the way that you will get spirals that should be nice and round and that they don't go dent. If you're sort of going to work it from down here, you'll find that that spiral will probably kink there, so you need to support it the whole time. That's the only secret that that spirals really sort of you need to know. And then as you get nearer your silk, flip that spiral around and push down. So you've just got a little bit of detail that is quite nice at the back of the neck, because people do sort of see you from the back. We don't ourselves, but other people do. And then all I did then is making sure that piece of ribbon that I added a little while ago, move that out the way, and then, I'm not too sure these will do it, yes they will, is simply cut off at the top of that wire. Again, this is a shabby chic look. I know some purists out there will say, well, it's a bit too shabby looking for me, but there is a lot of this fashion at the moment, without a shadow of a doubt. So as I say, don't overwork something that is meant to have that look.
Yeah, that freedom to it.
Yeah, because you can't, you know, if you don't like it, you don't like it, but if you do like it, don't over it. And then these ends, again, with our trusty glue, a little dab of our super glue on there. And because of the beautiful different sort of glows that are in this, it will darken the sari ribbon somewhat, but it will be completely in keeping with the colours, as it would be with any other colours that you're using, because we go from whites through to the much darker ones in all of our sari silks.
I'm just, while you're talking about that, Linda, I'm just going to introduce the other colour, if that's all right, sweetheart.
I'd love to see it.
This is the pink sari silk, and it's with the copper wire. So details are coming on your screen now. So it's all the same components, but just with a different colouring there. So it's the bright cerise pink, isn't it beautiful? Yeah, and it has blue and that carmine look earlier as well. So you get all of the sari silk in there, cerise sari ribbon it's called, 100 grams, plus you get the 1.5 gauge in the copper coloured copper wire and the 1mm, 10 metres of those. Sorry, 100 metres of the 1mm, 10 metres of the 1.5. Plus you get the lavender wax cord, the yellow wax cord, the purple wax cord, and the sort of orange gold copper coloured wax cord as well. So this is your copper sari necklace. The same elements that Linda's just been using with our golden sari necklace,
Beautiful.
but it's the copper colour. So we're going to get the code on screen, EFGC15. Now again, normally looking at the individual components, we'd be retailing at $49.65. I have another colour to bring you, which is more purple and violet, and I like colour. But we're actually going to, so that we can introduce you to using the Sari silk, not bring it at 50. Take a good double figures off and bring it to you at $39.95. And I know you know the price of those copper wire spools. You've got to, and I know there's plenty of other ways in which we can work that wire aside from, I mean, Linda's only used a fraction creating those lovely curtain rings and jump rings and creating the base for her Sari silk necklace. But you've got 100 meters of the 1mm, 10 meters of the 1.5, 100 grams of that beautiful cerise pinks Sari ribbon, and then 40 meters altogether of your purple, yellow, lavender and gold wax cord. So this is, Linda's using the golden Sari, this is the copper Sari necklace kit, and it should be £50, $49.95, but we're going to $39.95 today. And my only other one to bring you, I'm going to bring on the other colour. We've also got the ones at the bottom of the screen. It's the bronze, so it's, again, as the name suggests, all the same components, but obviously our bronze copper wire, same length, same gauges, 1.5, 1mm. Our Sari silk is it's more violet, it's more blue.
Gorgeous. That would be.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? So just to show you the difference, that was your pink. This is more of your violet blues and your purples, your rich amethyst purples, and then your wax cord is in your green and is in your sort of like a silver and a white. And you get a pink as well. My pink's gone missing somewhere, but there you go. You get a pink, you get the green, you get the silver and the cream. And that's $39.95 as well. I mean, what would be nice actually is to mix your pink and your purple, or you know, the pink and the cerise, you know, the golden there.
Yeah. I mean,
Beautiful.
it's just standing here watching you put those on. The cords that you get in the bundles as well, in the kits as well, the cords you could use in this design with the Sari silk. You could weave those in with, you know, as you plait, you could weave those in just to give a little bit more of a different look, a different texture.
Yeah, different texture.
You could actually plait them and plait them through, or you could leave them through a single cord. You could macrame them and plait them through. You know, just think about it. Think about all the things that you can do with a piece of cord, and try and work it in with the Sari silk. I think that looks stunning.
Would.
Yeah.
Indeed. My little purple one there with the bronze is. You will get the pink. I'm missing a wax cord. I don't know where she's gone, so I won't dwell on it. But you will get your pink as well. So we've got the three different ones. Linda's working with the golden. We've got the copper. And we have the bronze. There are your three choices, and instead of $49.65 we've taken the kits down to $39.95. So codes will rotate to the side of the screen as you see there, EFGC15 for the copper Sari necklace, and at the bottom of the screen there we're showing you the bronze for $39.95 as well, and we'll just rotate all three of those. Now we've got a bit of a queue on the phone lines. So please stay with us there, but it's a free phone number as well. Sorry, Philip, you've just deselected yourself, but I want to go back to Linda's design, because we were just gluing at the end.
That's
there.
right. The end is now glued off. It's perfectly safe.
You touched
My
your ribbon.
length of ribbon here, which can be trimmed off at a later date, is obviously what I'm going to use to tie. I didn't really want to put a clasp as such on the end of something like this.
No, you've just done a lovely ribbon. You've just tied in a bow.
Just a simple bow on the back. Works for me in this, just simply because I didn't want to add
complicated.
I just thought, no, I don't really need a finding here.
The finish ties in with the design.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've just noticed there's 100 mil of that one.
I know, yes. I think I said to her earlier, there's 100 metres of the 1mm wire.
Yeah, my goodness.
The large
that's
spools.
a bargain, that kit then. Right, okay. Now, the rings that we made using our twisted wire, I've just put 5 of them together. I've then, exactly the same as I did the pendant, but I'm not going to work it all the way around, is push just one single length of the Sari silk around, okay? You might think why, but it's just because it was just because I could, because it was another part of the design. If those rings flip round, then you're going to see Sari silk going on in there. So it was almost a journey from that centre pendant wrapped in Sari silk and gold jump rings, that I thought then these almost curtain ring look I'm going to do a similar thing with and wrap it in the silk, and then as they move around, as you move around, there's sort of a continuity going there, but in a smaller form. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, definitely.
You know, it was just, I think I just got a little bit carried away, and I sort of went into I don't know quite what I went into, but I was quite pleased with it when I'd finished.
So you were in the zone.
I was in the
Sari
zone, absolutely. So just twist that around 2 or 3 times, okay? And again, we're going to just simply knot it off. Let's just pull that through. Let me poke that through with the end of my scissors so I can find the end. There you go. Pull that through. So we've wrapped it around those rings, okay? Pull it in like that. Again, just a simple, have the silk coming out one side and the silk coming out the other side, overhand knot. This is a point where we can use these overhand knots and they'll be fine. Pull it down. You don't even need to do it twice unless you're really nervous, because if you give a really tight knot, that metal underneath it will, because the metal has got, this is what I find, the metal has got this uneven edge, it will sort of key in and it will stop that knot from slipping. But if you want to add a touch of glue, you can, or do a knot onto the top of it, but mine is just only just knotted on the once. And then all we need to do is to pop that, once you finish the other side of the necklace, is pop that down onto our rings so that it just sits there. You can play with it or do whatever you like with it. Make a mirror image there. Obviously, I've been very sparing on my jump rings. What I would now do, I would add some more jump rings down here, because it's quite easily lifted as it's only twist. You can lift this and put your extra jump rings around there. You know, it's finished when it's finished.
So you can sew gems on?
Yeah, you could, absolutely, of course you could. You could do a nice tumble of gemstone from there. It all depends where you want to finish it. The only thing, and you've probably noticed on air, that I'm shooting myself in my own foot, is please, 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 when you're dealing with lengths of whatever, through from Soutache beading thread, plaiting this sari ribbon, make far more than you think you're going to need, because it has a happy knack of being eaten away. Yeah. So and
I'm amazed at actually just how
you have
much
tons. You have absolutely.
It lends itself to all the macrame designs, doesn't it? As well.
Macrame in sari ribbon is
Beautiful.
Stunning. Yeah, actually, you've stolen one of my future.
I think are we
it's-
going to macrame with Sari?
Macrame ribbon.
Loads left, loads.
In fact, there's a challenge. I'll throw that out to Mark to do some macrame with the silk, with the Sari silk. If you're watching, Mark,
It reminds me of a tumble of Rapunzel's hair.
Yeah, isn't it?
They're beautiful.
Stunning,
the feel of it is just gorgeous.
Stunning colours. And you know, it is what it is. It's real silk. It's Sari. It's Sari silks. It's got some history. It's got some, you know, a lot of myth and legends attached to Sari and things like that, isn't it? It's just nice, and particularly this shabby chic. So I get quite passionate about textiles at the minute. But this shabby chic look, if you want to make that shabby chic, it's perfect for it.
The gold chain would be nice
Absolutely.
with it as well. You know, that 10 metres of the gold.
Weave your gold chain in. Weave strands of gemstone in. You know, it's a great backdrop, and it's a great forefront as well.
That one that was in our top 10 is at the bottom of the screen now for £9.95, the gold flash copper chain. So the gauntlet has been set for Mark to macrame with the Sari.
I'd love to see. Yeah, I've done some at home, but I'd love to see, because Mark's work is so neat, so precise. That I'd love to see some silks in macrame.
Fantastic. Well, it's a beautiful finished piece, and don't forget as well, you know, ultimately with all the wax cord in there as well, you can actually do your macrame, do your knotting, do your pieces as well, which take you in another direction. There's loads in this kit actually. When I think of the wire, the amount of wire, the amount of wax cord, the lengths that the Sari will go to, it's great value just for bundling up your stash, quite frankly, at £21.95. So we're just going to have a moment to refresh. Linda does have the challenge, don't forget, the designer decides, and Linda decided on the white pearls, the fantastic tanzanite strand, and our silver bead stash in the box, so she hasn't had a lot of time, bless her, given that I've taken 2 hours of that to look at the designs. But so we have an hour left on the show before Big Dog Mad Dog joins us, and a lot more still to show you. He always seems around when I say that.
When you say that, he walks in.
And the garnets, don't forget, coming up at the end of the show, and the deal on the crimpers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
Using your beading wire, simply thread on a lobster claw clasp. Then, taking both ends of the beading wire, thread on a crimp bead. Use your pliers to flatten the crimp. Next, thread a bead of your choice onto each side of the wire. Then, taking both ends of the wire, thread on another bead. Repeat this process until you have the desired look you want. Here is an example of a finished necklace where this technique has been used.
You can now keep in touch by following Jewellery Maker on Twitter. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
We have the Ultimate Starter Collection now. It's a fantastic gift idea as well for inspiring our designs further or getting someone new to Jewellery Maker to get involved. It all becomes beautifully presented and boxed in our Jewellery Maker Starter Kit, and within it you have the ultimate, the beading tray, which is sort of felt edged as it were, but what it's got on there is all the measurements, the little pockets for you to place your beads or your silver findings, the actual sort of necklace lengths there along round which you can measure. It's great for just layering out your beads. Whenever in the workshops here next door, everybody's got the tray and they just lay out the colours and the beads that they want to work on. So this is your starting point on, and it protects your table at the end of the day and whatever surface you're working on. So it has the actual mat in there itself, the beading tray. And then in your kit, you get your large Jewellery Maker toolkit, which is 10 of, again, the very ergonomic, sort of thicker plastic handles that they're just a bit sturdier, a bit easier to grip. There's a bit more to them. They're a bit meatier, as it were. And within this collection as well, you also get the actual, what do we call it? Because it's like a drill bit actually. Within it, you can actually put the diamond dusted drill, making your holes in your silver clay, the nail file. It's like a chuck lock on a drill. Yeah, and you just open it out, put your extra, because you get all these extra bits, like it's almost like a chisel head, but it's a different reamer size. Create a hole in your beads. It's like a little chuck lock, I should say, on a drill, and you place it in there. And yeah, there's another bead reamer in there that is diamond dusted. If you just need to make your way through a gem that's the hole isn't quite as, because they are natural gems, don't forget, quite as clear, the airways as it were, you get one anyway in there. That is the nice sharp point as well. Then you also get the bead scoop and the pliers, which I'm always using, the snippers, the gemstone measurer, the flat nose, the round nose, you get the crimpers, you get the cutters, so you get a few extra tools there than you would get in our smaller tool kit. You get your Beading Projects edition 1, 2 and 3 DVD. This is such a great way to get started. So Beading Projects 1, 2 and 3 DVD. They usually take you through 5 different stages or several different projects within there. You also get your foam mat, so you get your large Jewellery Maker pink tray, as I said, with all the measurements. But for laying out your gemstones, sorting out your gemstones, you also get our foam mat as well, which stops them, as you've seen here on the screen. I'm always using these. Stops them bouncing off and going across the table there. And you also get your bead reamer and your jump ring opener. So very handy tools. They are the essential tools in our Ultimate Starter Collection. Your bead reamer with the nice wooden handle there as well, and your jump ring opener. It's something you wear like a ring, and it just literally, you'll see there are grooves within it. And when you've got pre-cut jump rings or lots of jump rings, if you're doing scale mail, it's almost, there's a knack of doing it where you just catch it and open up that jump ring when you wear it. It's almost like the way in which a thimble works. You know, you've got it because you're sewn against it, you're wearing it and opening out those jump rings. It just makes life really nice and quick. So it's a complete kit. The foam mat, the beading tray, 3 of the Beading Basics DVD, your actual bead reamer in the wood, your actual jump ring opener, and of course your large stylish toolkit. So it is the ultimate in the starter kit, the ultimate stocking filler. And we're going to bring your price up on the screen as well. And your foam mat there. All for a mere £21.95, which is amazeballs, because we know the DVDs on our own website are £5 each, £4.95. So there's £15 already. We know the large toolkit when it sells on our own website is £14.95. So already the 3 DVDs and my toolkit, I'm already at £30. My tray, I think, is £1.95 or something like that, or my foam mat is another £1. Buying them all individually actually adds up to £46, £42.50. Buying all these components individually adds up to £42.50. And we'll give it all in our Jewellery Maker Stylish Starter Kit for £21.95. And being a new buyer as well, we'll also give you the Get Started DVD, which is another fantastic DVD, which has things like how to open up that jump ring, how to tie the elastic, not all the basics there, and our booklet about how to stay in touch, get in touch, and all the different shows we have here. Great Christmas present. Great Christmas present. Even if somebody's already got a few of the pieces, you know, they might have the basics toolkit, but you never have enough trays. We're always looking for the beading trays here. You never have enough foam mats. The tools are great to have extra because, you know, you want to get maybe family or friends involved. You might have the DVDs and think, well, I'll give those away as a, you know, separate presents, because you can buy all these separate on our website. But like we said, it'll add up to £42.50 by buying it all together. There's no reason why you can't separate these and give them as gifts separately. But as one big gift, it is absolutely fabulous, and we're giving it away at £21.95 today. So EGGC53, if you're already thinking, who can I introduce this to? Get your Beading Basics starter kit, your ultimate starter kit, get the Sari necklace kit. There's some great components there. Get some individual strands, get their birthstone. I've got this beautiful morganite strand coming up. Get that garnet strand coming up. Get the ultimate crimpers as well, but you have got crimpers in that toolkit as well. £21.95, all individually adding up to £42.50. So like we said, if you think, I've already got that toolkit, but I'd love all the rest of it, then give the toolkit away as a present. Give the DVDs away. Swap them with someone who's got the silver clay DVD or the polymer clay DVD. I know there's lots of people on our Facebook family as well that you can swap. It's like Cheggers Place Pop. Swap the library DVDs. So that's a great kit. Great kit. Alrighty. Don't forget as well, coming up on today's live show, my star buy before the evening show at 5 o'clock. So I think sometimes people forget about, you know, the fact that we have the live show in the morning and in the evening. Oh, hello, that wasn't me, that was the box. We have the garnet, the fantastic garnet strand. What was the carat weight on this, darling? I got my box. 95 carats of absolute deluxe sensual garnet droplets in a brilette cut, and then we will bring you our sumptuous glitterati ergonomic crimping pliers as well as a little extra stocking filler. They're both at the end of the show, and that will be just after we've had a catch up with Linda and her challenge today. The designer decides, and she decided on the tanzanite strand, the pearl strand and the silver stash. Oh, got hiccups. I'm so excited now. I forgot to pause for breath. It's the gin that keeps me going. Right, where are we off to? I love that. Love that. Alrighty, it's not going to stay up now, is it? No, because I packed it all wrong. Right, let's start with number 1, the multicoloured crackle quartz. Did you get the crackle quartz bicones in that colour pop in our, I think it was the first hour of the show? They were fantastic. They're like the colours of the balloons, because this is what these look like as well. It's our designer-led daytime show. I hope you're enjoying it. Thank you for your texts. Keep them coming with an hour left. Still lots to bring you before the evening show. WHG P72, 515 carats of the multicoloured crackle quartz rounds. They're big. They're the biggest we've seen for a long time because we've tended to have the 8 and the 10. These are the 14mm, and that's why they look like the gorgeous balloons behind me. We've got bright cerise pink, lovely turquoise, green, baby pink, white, lilac, blue. They're all the colours there. They're all the colours of the balloons. Don't show Ray those balloons, she's got a phobia. She doesn't like balloons. These are beautiful and they're fun, and you might only just use a few, but I think they always look more sophisticated as well when you start to separate the colours. Move the greens and the blues together, move the pinks and the baby pinks together. You know, they don't have to be used in such a colourful jamboree, but they're fun as well anyway like that. They do look like the lights on the Christmas tree, all the lovely different colours there. So pretty, so eye-catching. And because of that crackle kind of effect within there, the light just dances within the gemstones so beautifully. I mean, it's like a hall of mirrors. It just bounces off the crackle quartz so prettily. You can see the glowing. I mean, just look at the yellow there, just glowing beautifully on the hand. But I'm limited in stock. They're very eye-catching, aren't they, Linda?
They are. I was just thinking the other day, my daughter has decided she's doing Christmas this year. So I said, she just said, oh, you know, you will help, which probably means I'm doing most things. But but this year I'm definitely buying some nice crackers. But you know, you always get the same things in crackers.
You do.
Always, no matter
whistle.
what price you pay for them.
Yes, a whistle, a yo-yo,
bottle
measuring
opener,
tape,
yeah, that's
sewing
right,
kit.
Yeah, and a foot scrape and all this sort of thing. Some things that are pretty when you need them, fine, but you don't need them very often.
No.
So I'm going to fill the Christmas crackers with colourful Christmas coloured bits of jewellery, even if it's just a pair of earrings. It might be a pair of cufflinks, it might literally be a handbag charm, it might be just something, but it's going to be gemstone and it's going to be Christmas colours, and that's exactly the strand I need, isn't it?
That is exactly what you need.
Yeah.
What a beautiful idea as well.
Yeah.
Far more useful and far nicer to quite frankly open.
I did do it last year for my own Christmas table for the Christmas dinner party for friends, and they loved it.
Oh, there we go. Great idea. This is what you need to have. Let's bring in the price. We're limited though. And there was a lot, if you're thinking like Linda with the idea of the crackers, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There's over 30 on that strand. 515 carats. They also make lovely if you want to do a napkin ring, you know? Just a really pretty colourful napkin ring. Then you just get the elastic out, make a little stretch. You know those coloured elastic spools we had at the start of the show? You got 20 of those, don't forget. So your little napkin rings, or as you know, the little wine glass charms as well. Stunning. $9.95, but very, very limited. I want to go around Linda's. So the daughter's doing it this year, which means Linda's going to end up doing most of it, she said.
Gosh, they're not watching.
That sounds very much my Christmas last year. Given I was due on Christmas Day,
were.
and like Shamu the whale,
You were.
my other half decided to get decidedly drunk, did sweet nothing. I had to cook the entire dinner.
Really?
Yes, my dad helped a little bit, bless him, and my sister did the prawn
probably put the little
cocktail.
one off. She was probably, I'm not coming today, not to all this hassle.
No, exactly. Well, I knew she wasn't. She was just there for the duration. But yeah, cooked the entire thing. I thought that's not going to happen, Milado, this year. Fifi's back on the sauce. Yeah, she's not going to be standing there cooking the whole thing. $9.95, limited stock. Alrighty. Next up we have... Ooh. The flower clasps. 925 sterling silver, but with the gold plating on there as well. Excuse me, I'm all stuck together there. These are so pretty. They add such a luxurious finishing touch. You get 3 pairs in the pack, and as you can see, there are 2 ends to it with your little catch finding, as it were, to attach to your design. And all it is, there is the cup, the flower literally goes through like so, and then it just sits in place. It's a question of me just showing you in the right place, because it just locks in. Sorry, it goes through underside, in, and then sits like that, sits flush. So the flower just goes in from underneath, and then more fingers and thumbs, I do apologise. So you have the back, in it goes, and then there is a groove for the actual bit to sit in nice and straight, nice and flush like that. Really beautiful. And the flower just sits cupped. It's a beautiful finishing touch there. And imagine that with your pearls and your garnets there. So they just lock into place and out they open. Can you see that? There is the groove for the other end to just sit into place, and the rose just sits in there. So nice and easy. And again, a lovely finishing touch for something like those golden pearls or those rich garnets that we had coming up at the end of the arm. I mean, that on the end of a garnet necklace. Stunning, wouldn't it? Be absolutely beautiful on a bracelet, wouldn't it? And the gold chain, those hanging from that gold flash chain. And then your finishing touch is the sterling silver gold plated flower clasps. You get 3 of them in the pack. And we've got a great price in mind for you today for all 3. And remember, these are silver with gold plating. So there's a lot in there. Sterling silver with a gold plating in there. We are a mere $7.95 for all 3. So there's the 2 different elements, as it were, coming together to make these beautiful rose-shaped finished clasps. Gorgeous, aren't they? All 3. And they're silver with the gold plating. And we're asking $7.95 for all 3. So a huge saving there for a lovely finishing professional deluxe, you know, essence to your design. That with the garnets or the gold pearls, just gorgeous, gorgeous. I've got a bead scoop now. Am I the number 3, darling, or do you want me to? Deluxe gem selection, my bead scoop, yes. Now I can see in here labradorite. Oh my word! I can see lapis lazuli. I can see lavender amethyst and white quartz. Can you see that labrador essence? There is loads. Beautiful. There's your lapis, your lavender amethyst. Oh, look at the labradorites there. There's one here that is glowing gold. Don't know if I'm going to capture that now because he's just, oh, he's deceiving you now. He is just glowing. You get a little hint of it there, but he's just glowing. Look at the labrador essence, beautiful. White quartz, lavender quartz, lapis lazuli, and labradorite in pear cuts, rounds, rondelles, barrels, ovals, pairs. Oh, 250 carats. The lapis lazuli with those royal blue pearls or that gold chain, the lovely labradorite with the lavender amethyst in there. DKS. Now if I open, I never get back in again, do I? That's the trouble. And then everybody hates me on the floor. Oh, look at the beautifulness, Linda. Look at that one. It's just, oh, he's alive, alive. Oh, you can't deny him. He's just, oh, look at that. It's just beautiful. Linda, what would you do with all of these, my darling?
Well, you know, Downton's back, so it's very sort of Victorian stroke Edwardian jewellery gemstone look, isn't it? And I would really be tempted. I'm going to wait and see how much the price point is, but I would be tempted to do a random 3-strander, basically. Ooh. Perhaps adding some of these gorgeous little silver findings I've got here, simply because I've just been to a museum in Venice where there was a lady who exhibits her jewellery. I've said it before. And her jewellery wasn't at all complex in design in any way, shape or form. She did lots of just 3 strands, but everything that she did was in gemstone. And it was commanding a 3-figure price. There wasn't anything that was less than 3 figures. And it was nothing at all demanding in design, but it was all genuine gemstone. And there was a pyrite lapis labradorite necklace, which sort of took my eye, which was what made me go and have a look at the jewellery, to be honest. So that's what reminds me of that.
The labradorite and the
just
lapis
literally,
there,
and it was a random strand of shapes as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't uniform shapes.
No.
It was, and that's what you've got there. You've got random, and it was stunning, and it was commanding these prices.
Gosh.
Very, very nice. Well, it's a Pega Guggenheim Museum. So,
there you go.
There.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Well, we've got 2 of those components there, and we had. We have had pyrite on the show before, as well as on our website if you want to emulate that. But just look, there's just loads in there. I've still got loads left in my scoop there. Gorgeous. There's a lot of gemstones in there. A lot of quality. And I always think they're just, again, not just stocking fillers, but they're a great way of trying a gem, because you've got so many different shapes in there. A gem perhaps that you haven't been drawn towards before. You know, when you buy a strand, that's what you're getting, obviously, a strand of lapis or a strand of amethyst or a strand of labradorite. Here, and then you've got the lavender quartz and then the white quartz. Here, you've got the fun of being able to experiment with all of those gem types and experience those gem types, as well as all the different gem sizes and shapes. So you might have a new penchant for a cuboid or a rondelle or a pear cut. And the joy is you've got them all at your fingertips, all in a fantastic full scoop. Loads of quality there. You see, I'll never get, look, this is the thing. They come out, but they never go back in again. This is why you can blame Philip, my producer. It is worth, I agree, it is, you do need to see them. I leave it to you to try and get them all back in there. That's all I'm saying. There's a bit of, oh, hold on. Yeah, you see, I can get them all on there, but can I get the lid on? No. So I leave that with you. $15.95. They came out of there, I know they did. It's just because how jam-packed they are. Ben is the man. You did this for me the last time, didn't you? On the night show.
I had many months.
He has many talents, this fella.
Months of doing this.
I'll leave that there for you.
Thank you.
Okay, darling. Okay. Oh, I love this. It's so pretty, Linda, isn't it?
It is. It's
on my
just-
blue-coated chalcedony.
Yeah, it's one of those gemstones, and it's got your spark, and it's one of those gemstones you automatically, as you've just done, and I've just gone, take a little short in, take a breath, and go, oh.
Oh, so pretty, so eye-catching. Linda, that with the gold chain.
Yes.
Somebody stole my gold
word,
chain,
yeah.
otherwise I'd put it there instantly. That would be stunning. Or have you seen any of our lovely pear drop Sillimanite? That has that lovely luster on it. It's almost white with a silky, frosty, yeah. These are so beautiful. I cannot say enough lovely things about my 125 carats of blue colour-coated chalcedony pears. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I do have some stock left of my 10 metres of the thick Belcher gold flash copper chain. You see, just look at it. Look at those, Linda.
Oh,
little white pearls.
Dropping those from that chain.
Oh, yes,
Isn't
like
that-
droplets. Yeah, cascading. 'Cause
Yeah.
they,
That's amazing. Can you imagine that as not so much as a necklace, even as a bracelet?
Oh, beautiful. I've got my gold wire now, you see. I've got my Soutache there. I'll be making my little jump rings, have them hanging down individually, little droplets.
Soutache pendant.
Soutache
Little-
pendant, yeah.
That, instead
in
of
the
having the
middle.
big one, you've got that lovely.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got to do it. There is some of the I can't speak, the chain left. There is some of the chain left, so speak to the customer service centre. There's less than 60 of those Beyonce earrings left. 10 metres. 10 metres. I think the challenge is to make a skirt out of it, isn't it? Oh, and don't forget my starter kit. Don't forget the starter kit you can get. There was a massive saving on that. Massive. Over £20. Anyway. $11.95 and on the strand 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 25 on average. And they sparkle beautifully. Look at that close up. Absolutely stunning. I can't say, they're so low on stock. When these, use that 30-day money-back guarantee to have a little look at them, get them home. And if you're not 100%, you've got that 30-day money-back guarantee, but don't miss out on them because they really are every bit as beautiful. As Linda and I said, they just make you have that little sharp intake of breath of, oh, pretty, so pretty. Just gorgeous. Yeah, the colour is glowing. The blue is so eye-catching, and that with with your gold is just sensational. Absolutely sensational. A bit of the gold chain, have them hanging down, just amazing, amazing. Lovely earrings, just 2 for a lovely pair of earrings and a gold shepherd hook or silver. Oh, so pretty with white pearls. Like little icicles, snowdrops. Very, very festive. So pretty, but I love blue anyway. Adore blue. That with your labradorite, it's going to pick out the blues of the labradorite in that deluxe bead scoop, and the blues of your lapis there. Beautiful and heaven sent, mark my words. Gold chains at the bottom of the screen there, still less than 60 of those available now, so we need to jump on that. $9.95. Now we are in November, we are in the golds. With the gold, let's bring you more gold. Let's bring you the gentle honey blondes of this citrine. Now this looks gorgeous, not just with this gold chain, but also with the honey blonde pearls. I know they were called peach cultured pearls, but it also looks absolutely fabulous with those. I thought they were gold, myself and Linda. I think they're also gold with a little peach infusion. Those two look great because you've got the clarity of your golden citrines, and then you've got the champagne effervescence and pearlescence of those pearls. And you know, there is a pearlescence that I don't want to say opaque, but it's a more of a fuller colour, isn't it, with that glow. NYGP13, and these are some of our biggest citrine rounds, and again they almost have like a crackle effect, an effervescence, a bubbling up of energy within them. It is like a glass of champagne, and some of them the gold is a little bit more prevalent around the arc, some of it is whiter underneath. They look like bubbles, and can you see the way the wire, the temporary thread through there, if you put a coloured elastic that is imbued with gold or orange, it is going to again fill that globe of light, that globe of sunlight with that colour. It's going to give it that hint of colour because they're so pure. It's infusing them with a gold there anyway, so it's just deliciously beautiful. 380 carats for November, your birthstone this month with your topaz. Tremendous. Tremendous. And you know, you're giving the gift and imbuing the wearer with a sense of happiness, because that is the symbolism of the gorgeous, gorgeous citrine, and that with the gold chain at the bottom of the screen. Again, the lovely thing about that gold chain, the 10 meters, is there's so much of it. Plenty to put with the pearls, plenty to put with the chalcedony, plenty left over with, you know, your gold and citrine orbs, aren't they? They're as big as snow globes, quite frankly. Oh, just plenty to put with your tanzanite. Beautiful. Everything from today that we've shown you, yeah. And I love this gift box, £21.95. Get it. Instead of £42.60. My brass bead stash. Don't worry about codes, you know, you just ask the call centre. I love, this is one of my favourite all-time stashes, Lind.
Is it? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Fantastic, you know, with the one that we did earlier. The one
yeah,
I'm using now.
Wouldn't it? Because they're stardust with almost like, it's like a beveled edge, but not quite as raised. What it is, it's grooved into it. So you see the smoothness, and we've got the gunmetal, the gold, the silver, and the rose gold coloured. Don't worry, I won't open them, Ben. Of the, I did that once, of the bead stash. They're so, so pretty, and again, they lift your jewellery to another level. They give it that effervescence, they give it that buzz, they give it that designer edge that we've seen in Linda's designs today. I'm thinking of the pinks in the Soutache as well. Not the Soutache, the pinks in the lovely Sari silk. Yeah. The gunmetal ones in the Soutache, that silver.
Brilliantly, because they're the right size for Soutache.
Yes, the Soutache could go through it, couldn't it? Yeah. Or just simply in our lovely beaded designs. You know, that's what's lovely about the starter kit. You've got the 3 beady basic DVDs in there. And there is, there's over, I think we counted over 300, didn't we, in that? 300 in your scoop. And you've got the silver, the deep gunmetal, the rose gold coloured, and the yellow gold. And you can see the 2 lines going around, that smooth polished effect. Because it's coated brass, you've got great affordability. Great affordability. They really add. It's like loads of sequins on one of the Strictly dresses. I love it. $10.95 for 300 in there, and you've got your choice of the colours. If you're a rose gold lover, if you're a silver or platinum lover, yellow gold, and then the gunmetal. You know, we see a lot of that. Seeing mixing those metals again, really big this season. The chains, big this season. Chain designs, chunky look designs. You know, these are the big, the monochromatic look as well. These are the big looks for the autumn and the winter. And they're approximately 5mm rounds and 300. You can use, the thing about the affordability there and the amount in that stash is you can afford to be generous with it. You don't have to be sparing, that is, or as sparing as you might be with your solid silver ones. And I understand that, but they can give you a design, that lovely edge, like I said. Love those. You're going to love those. 30-day money back guarantee to love those. Just don't miss out. Now, these are tremendous. We go to the Hidalgo region of Mexico. Oof. Yeah, she says knocking off starter kits. Sorry, Ben. I know.
Oh no, the box is dented.
Yours won't be. Yours won't be. We have. He's taken it away, so I can't do it again. We have Mexican fire opal. That is incredible, from the Jalisco state of Mexico. To have nuggets this size, I don't know if you've been watching, reading rather, I should say, Steve's blog on his Facebook page, but he was very excited about seeing the fire opal that he discovered with Glenlira, a leading gem cutter in the world. And look at the size of the nuggets of the fire opal there. I mean, these are tremendous. You think about a majority of opal heralds from Australia, that leaves a tiny proportion to come from Peru and Africa and Brazil, and in this case Mexico. And then we've got these white opals as well. I mean, some of them are semi-translucent. Can you see that? Can you see that glow? You can actually see through them. It's quite incredible. Look at that one. That is amazing for opal. We're not looking for opalescence, can I just say that? We're not looking for a play of colour. The fire opals are literally like the fire embers themselves. So they are in the embodiment of colour that is rich oranges, rich reds, or it's almost like the coal fire when it's gone cold, the white snow-capped opal there as well. Just what an amazing strand. I can't believe the size of these nuggets. I don't even see it in jewellery on our sister channel this big. And you're getting 140 carats, that range from 10 by 4 to 25 by 12 millimeters. HBR D18, it is a highly collectible strand there, and approximating 4, 8, 12, 16 over 16 individual nuggets of fire opal. Premium strand. It's amazing, those clear ones, and then those opaque. Stunning. That is a steal. £9.95, Linda. What's the world coming to?
I don't know, but that's a classic again for, that couldn't be anything else but gemstone, could it?
No.
It just couldn't.
No, you can't impersonate that kind of quality.
No. I mean, for shape and cut and gemstone quality alone, you would know that was something special. Even if you didn't know what the gemstone is, you'd know it was something special.
Those colours there just remind me of your golden autumn sari silk again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Look at that colour.
Just stunning. You just can't emulate that in any other medium other than Mother Nature.
I'd want a macrame, a couple of those, with your sari silk now, because they just would go so beautifully with it. Because you don't have to use a couple. A little bracelet.
They're so diverse, aren't they? I mean, even just one on a 16-inch chain around the neck, just one.
Because of the way they're centre drilled.
Yeah, exactly, just one.
Drawing the chain down, that lovely chain. Tasselage, really more for a bit of tasselage, and then a bit of tasselage anyway on the end there anyway. Gorgeous. And the sari silk kits that Linda gave us a really detailed masterclass on today is at the bottom of your screen. You had 3 choices: the golden, the fuchsia pink, and the purple violet ones as well. Gorgeous. Alrighty. What have you got? Linda, would you like to see the best strand of rainbow moonstone we've ever had on Jewellery Maker?
I'd love to. Oh, look at the sparkle.
Stunning.
That is the best strand of rainbow moonstone.
It is incredible. It's the clarity of the moonstone, because this is a gem that's naturally quite opaque. It is the rainbow light. It is the sparkle. I mean, look at it. It's on fire. I only saw it for the first time the other night on the evening show. I was blown away by the beauty, the quality from the Tamil Nadu region of India. You've got those 3 perfect components: clear body, the beautiful, almost like a diaphaneity, you know, the way in which diamonds glow, and then that rainbow. You see the light dancing like angels on the surface there, blues and violets. Look at that go, Linda!
Oh, isn't it stunning?
Stunning! It's the best we've ever had in a strand on this show.
Without a doubt. Look at it against that black tassel. Put it with a tiny little 4mm black spacer.
Oh, Chimicucci. Oh, they are glowing. As beautiful as they look on screen, they're even more beautiful in the flesh. Look at those. Look at that, Linda.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah. I've seen some moonstone here, but I can categorically and honestly, as a jewellery maker who uses gemstones, that's the best I've seen.
It is. That's why I said it is absolutely the best I've ever seen. And there's no point just saying otherwise, because when you get home, the people thought, what are they going on about? I don't see what they see.
Exactly. Yeah, you get it home. You get it home and tell us we're always right.
Home and say we're all barking. But it won't be coming back, because you will just be blown away. That beauty, that glow, the cut, just to die for. But don't die literally, just ring 0800 644 55. Under 20, for that kind of carat weight as well. We don't even get this kind of quality, this carat weight, 50 carats, to put in our 2 colour range on our sister channel. Don't forget, on the phone you can get the certificate for the quality of the strand I'm showing you now, or you can download them online on www.jewellerymaker.com from the website as well, and print them off yourself, you know, to earmark that quality. And really, I mean, look at that. Any jewellery that this has got it in, this is what you want to drive home to your customer. Look at that for a rainbow effervescence, angular-escence and moonstone. You know, and you can watch back the whole of this show on YouTube as well, see all the products in case you missed anything, and of course our experienced designer there, Linda, taking us through those 2 very detailed show pieces that she's had, the designer-led inspiration pieces. And we've still got the designer decides as well. And our drops, yes, half an hour left on the show, Linda, before the evening show. I need to get cracking, don't I? Right, darling, what's next? Yeah, our natural turquoise. This is beautiful, very iron rich here, because I've got more of the greens. You see more of the blues when you've got the copper colouring in there. And again, like I said earlier, less than 10% of all turquoise sourced, most of it comes from Arizona now, actually falls into the category of natural, because they want to dye it, stabilise it, fill it with polymers as well, so that, because turquoise is naturally quite a porous gemstone, so it naturally takes on the oils of your skin and what is around in the air. This is why silver oxidizes, you know, because it takes on what's the conditions of the air. And the same is true of turquoise. It is December's birthstone, and this is just beautifully polished and finished, but it is 100% natural turquoise. The puffy coins, 50 carats, so we're really going for the natural quality of your turquoise, the real natural beauty that we appreciate, and that with your gold chain. Oh, just gorgeous, isn't it? Just gorgeous, you know. And turquoise, I know, is a very, very popular gemstone. December with tanzanite and zircons. But it's the difference here, the differentiation is the ability to say, look, this is not dyed, this is not polymer filled, this is my natural turquoise. So this is the best of the best. This is, you know, an acutely rare species in the gem world. And the reason these treatments happen is because, you know, people want it to be more affordable, people want it to be more readily available. But with Jewellery Maker, we like to qualify the difference. We always qualify the difference with our treatments on our sister channel as well. You know, most, if not all, of Topaz is heated. You know, it's been going on for centuries, but we're very open book about this, so that you know what you're buying into and what the differences are. And we still want to bring you the savings with that natural turquoise. BJGP25 should be at least $24.95 for the quality I'm showing you in the carat weight. But today, we want you to have that quality, and with our buying power and with our worldwide, you know, traveling to source gems, and of course all our different channels here under the one umbrella, you know, $14.95. Try it out and see. And if you're not 100% satisfied, you've got that money back guarantee. I can see you lovingly gazing at it here, Linda.
Just a point that I learned, well, a long time ago when I first started, I was doing pre-records with Steve, is that something that he said, because I had not worked with gemstones before and he was trying to educate me as it was, he said, see through the temporary strand. Yeah. See through that temporary strand and think about pieces that you've made before, think about pieces that you want to make, and then look at the gemstone.
Yes,
but
that's
see
true.
Past that. It's almost like seeing like a magnificent 20 carat diamond in a cardboard box.
Yes.
You know, just see through that and just picture the finished piece.
So you have to
that was actually quite clever what I said
it's
then.
true, isn't it?
It helped me a lot with making my jewellery then.
Yeah. Think through to the finished piece, the journey. Yeah, and then the journey will come, I suppose.
Absolutely.
If you've
Yeah,
got
well,
that
I
in
mean,
your-
yes, it sounds quite romantic, but it does, because you can see past it and you can imagine like the likes of Cleopatra and that wearing that gemstone. And so, yeah, just see through those turquoise on that temporary strand and just think one in a drop on each earring is stunning. And you've only used 2 gemstones, but they will be amazing.
To those little gold spaces in that brass
absolutely
bead stash.
amazing.
Funnily enough, when you started to say see through, and I was just thinking, my mind started to wander and towards designs, and I thought, oh, an illusion necklace.
Exactly.
You know,
So you just see that
see
again.
the
You
turquoise
just see those little
drops.
turquoises against your skin. Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe some of those little
actually the
spaces.
skin makes a huge, and the hues of skin makes a huge difference to gemstone.
Yeah.
That's the magic of gemstone that you don't get with plastics and acrylics.
You don't. Absolutely right. We need to see beyond the temporary strand and let our imaginations go on their journey with our turquoise. But we're very limited at $14.95. All right, darling. Very helpful in terms of thinking of designs. Oh, now I'm going to let Linda's imagination run wild now with my diamond-coated clear quartz. Look at this. Look at these. Diamond coloured, I should say. But they reminded me of big diamonds. They really did. Look at that glow. They would cost quite a fortune, quite frankly. It's like the one Lizzie got from Jim. It was like, did she marry a Jim? She married several, didn't she? From Richard. Let's go with that one.
That's the one she didn't get.
Just the one that got away. Oh, these are stunning. Stunning. Look at that sparkle, Linda.
Oh, I'm ever so glad I came today.
Oh, beautiful. Look at the glow. So that's what you get from the finest Golconda diamonds of India, the diaphaneity. Look at that. We're almost getting fire. I know fire is an internal dispersion, it's an internal optical thing. But the luster of these diamond colour coated quartzes are just beautiful. They are on fire. Oh, they are beautiful. What would you do with those, Linda?
Well, we're not finished staring at them for a week.
Yeah.
It's, you know what's fascinating for me, looking on the screen there and looking at them, is the fascination is the faceting of
yes,
them. The faceting is amazing. It's almost working in a contemporary fashion with the cut of the gemstone, and then they cut that gemstone, then they faceted it, and it's worked so well. And I'm just gagging, literally gagging, to come over and pinch those and pinch the rainbow moonstone and make that wedding piece.
Oh, and then you've got the white pearls over there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, heaven sent. She's gagging.
I am gagging. Sorry about
Now,
that.
please be quick. No, I understand the need.
Yes,
I understand it. Don't apologise.
What it becomes an obsession.
Exactly.
And I do need it, and I have to have it. And it's simple as that. And if I don't, I'm dangerous.
If she doesn't, she's dangerous. I love that, dangerous Linda. Right, we better get on with it then before she does become dangerous. MARU61, but you're in danger of missing out unless you're very quick to act on this. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. We are going to price slash the diamond colour-coated quartzes that you just need to have. You have to have. Fulfill that need. Don't deprive that need. Why should you? Life's too short. $12.95. Sumptuous, gorgeous, glowing, and absolute must whack in your basket, as Mr. Stone says. $12.95, £7 off. There is no excuse now to miss out on what are just phenomenally faceted, phenomenally beautiful. And at the end of the day, the only reason that faceting is working, the only reason that diamond coated colour is working, is because the quality of the quartz is so pure and flawless. It's a big fat waste of time if they're heavily included, but that is just flawless, top-notch quartz to begin with that is enhanced beautifully by the perfection of the cut and that diamond colour-coated gorgeousness. So don't deprive ourselves. Let's move on that and make sure we notice that, especially as it's $12.95 now. Just gotta have it, gotta have it. What's next, beautiful? Lavender amethyst. Pretty perfect. Oh, and don't forget, coming up as well, my rich garnets at the end of the show. We've still got to have a catch up with Linda, and we've got my crimping pliers as well. Yeah, those deep dark wine red garnets. I do like mixing the purples and the reds as well. You might not think it goes, but believe you me, it does. It does. Now these, again, with Linda's pearls, with the gold pearls, with the gold chain, these are just luxurious. I'm very low in stock though. Very low in stock on this one. Because they've proved so immensely popular. The lavender colour is just so gentle and easy on the eye and uplifting on the décolletage. It's just such a very complimentary, gentle tone against the skin, and the sparkle of the faceting catches the eye. And we had those lovely pastel cords early in the top 10. We had the lovely pastel ribbons, and Victoria Beckham's done a big range on pastels for the winter as well. So again, forging forwards in terms of fashion. The lavender amethysts are perfect for you. Sumptuous with that gold chain, sumptuous with those gold champagne pearls. Lavender, amethyst and pearls are just, it's a win-win all the way, all the way. And to have those big 14mm rounds. Sorry, no, we haven't moved on. We've got to bring your code, sweetie. That is the details from the last, the system's gone. It happens. We all go a bit every now and again. I'll tell you who's not gone, and he's raring to go. Big dog, mad dog. He's getting raring, he's rustling about, he's foraging, he's tweaking, he's rustling. He's getting ready for the 5 o'clock special, isn't he?
He absolutely is.
He's got his lavender shirt on.
He's got a shirt on, I was about to say.
I know. There he is. Do you see him with a big bag of spools?
It's our show launcher.
Ah, cheeky little show launcher at 5 o'clock. That's Liam. He was hiding behind Liam. So he's got some big, there's a word for those. What are they called? Those, somebody...
2,000 metres of nylon thread.
Nylon thread. No. What I meant was there's spools as a word. They're called, oh, I had Liz working with me. She told me. They're like the ones you put on the sewing machines. Not, anyway, you've got how much?
If Linda doesn't know, I definitely...
I know, they've got a special name. Text me into 60777.
There's 2 kilometres there.
2 kilometres of nylon thread. Coming up with bad dog, big dog, mad dog. 5 o'clock. You sound like Bulldog and Frasier. Right, okay. That's all right. I'm just filling while we're bringing the graphics. People like to know what's going on. They want to know what's coming up, what's going on behind the scenes.
They should like Ed Presenter. Facebook.
There we go.
Already know.
Ed the Presenter Facebook page. I'll tell you what I need, while we're plugging Facebooks, I need to get over 1,000. I'm on like 901 or something.
Oh.
Seriously, I need your help on this. I mean, I need to get over 1,000.
Oh.
If I get to 1,000 by the 1st of December, then everyone's going into a prize draw for a special experience where I'll show you around the studios and everything.
Oh, there you go. He gives away prizes. I'm mean. I don't give away anything. I just say like me on Facebook.
Bribe, actually.
I think it is.
I think it's called a bribe.
I think Steve did something similar, didn't he?
Yeah,
he wanted 10,000, so
Yeah,
he was giving away diamond rings or something, wasn't he?
Yes.
I haven't got diamond rings.
They get to spend the day with me.
You get a whole day with Deluxe Ed. A whole day with the man himself. There you go. What do you get? Yeah, we got drops. $14.95. Let's start with the Morganite. The Morganite drops. I've got to get the Morganite drops in because these are exquisite. These are just La Vie en Rose, the evening gemstone. The gemstone that oozes femininity. The pinkest beryl, the most precious, as it was called when it was first launched, the pink emeralds. And this really is the most sumptuous pink gem up there with your pink diamonds and your pink kunzites. This is 60 carats of unadulterated morganite, the most famous pink gem discovered in 1911 by Mr. Kunz, Tiffany's chief gemologist. And just look at the drops. Now you'll get peach overtones in there, candy floss pink overtones, but what you are getting are, well, 3, 6, 9, 10, exceptionally large, so averaging 6 carats each of morganite faceted drops. 6 carats each. I'm just thinking of a morganite 6 carat ring on our sister channel set in gold. We're talking 3 figures plus. There you have 10. 5 pairs of earrings, pendants, tasselage, These are just, we've got to consider what we're going on here. Just the most beautiful, the most precious of your pink emeralds, your pink morganites, named after the famous rich banker, Mr. J.P. Morgan, and top drills, so we see that gorgeous gentle pink, so we see the peach overtones, so we see, I mean, just those in a pair of earrings with a little bit of rose gold findings and a little rose gold spacer bead. Oh, deluxe divinity. And you've got 10 on the strand, you've got 60 carats. They are one of my most sumptuous high-end strands, but so limited in availability. And here comes your price point. I know, they're working out at £3 each. £3 for a 6 carat morganite. I realise, you know, £30 is a little bit more than some of our other strands, but that's what you've got to look at. £3, please. Can I give you £3 for a 6 carat morganite that is faceted into a perfect brilette drop? And you've got your certificate of authenticity. If you want that, ask the customer service centre or print it off our website. £3 per 6 carats per morganite. So that a pair of earrings are a 12 carat pair of morganite, natural, genuine morganite earrings. The most feminine, the most beautiful, to suit any mood, any wardrobe, the antidote to the stress of modern life, all encapsulated in this exquisite gemstone. And a mere £3 a gem, you get on average 10. Right, more drops, more drops. Not forgetting my absolute divine garnets. I'm going to price slash my amethyst. My garnets are my star buy coming up as well, don't forget. See, I do love the dark purple. You see, that reminds me of the Victoriana region, era, sorry. You know, where you have the darker, richer purples and then the amethyst. You might not have thought putting them two together, but it really does work. There's a luxuriousness, there's a richness, there's an envelopment of rich royal colour there that just exudes wealth. And that is exuding a wealth of tones there in those fabulous amethyst graduated faceted rice beads. 95 carats. And again, there's a perfect pair there side by side. You've got some really striking big ones there. Earrings, pendants, bracelet drops. These were the pearls. Oh, divine. And we're going to price slash DGRU06. Should have been as little as $14.95. But can you believe, for the designer day, this is so naughty, Linda, $9.95. £5 towards my garnets. £5 towards, and that's a big fat towards, my deluxe crimpers coming up as well at the end of the show. £5 towards our starter kit that we did for $21.95 instead of £42.60. £5 towards my 10 metres of gold thick Belcher chain, gold flash brass copper chain that we did for $9.95. Just a few things that we would do today. £5 towards my deluxe gold 1995 pearls. That would be divine with this. The gold chains at the bottom of the gold flash copper chains at the bottom of the screen there. Anything I've mentioned, the customer service centre have the code for. Next up, darling. Oh, let's stay with the beryls. We had the morganites. Manganese makes your white beryl pink. Iron makes your white beryl blue. And nothing is more blue or celebrated than the pastel beauty, the sky blue beauty of aquamarine. My birthstone, March's birthstone. I've just had my zodiac gem, the amethyst, but this is the for the Pisces, but this is March's birthstone. And just look at those blues. It is the sky emulated in the water of the streams. Fresh water, isn't it? Just sensational. And again, it looks like a cascade of a waterfall. You know, can you see the energy in the aquamarine? Some of them are a little bit more opaque and glowing. Others are a little bit clearer and sort of have an effervescence like a bubbling brook. The energy in them, they just glow. They almost have ability to fluoresce in the way that fluorite fluoresces, you know, under a light source. These are delicious. Let's put them up to neckline, Ben. BDRU 83, again, sumptuous with gold, gold pearls, white pearls. Deluxe, deluxe, deluxe. Oh, so reflective. Sensational with silver. For all of those aquamarines, $9.95. Faceted drops. little bulbous bottoms, some of them have, some are a little bit slimmer. There's about 17 on there. Okay. Oh, do you know, I love these. I want to do number 15, darling. These are golden honey drops. These with my gold chain, these with my gold pearls. Just look at these. These are sumptuous. They light up the room. They would be absolutely drop dead gorgeous with my garnet. Look at that. Oh, and then a bit of gold chain. Not too much. Oh, I've died and gone to jewellery maker heaven. Have you? You should have, because that is just gorgeous. Let's just, let me just, I've got the time, let me just get a little bit of chain there. Oh, what do you think, Linda? Oh, it's got to happen, isn't it?
I did a very quick interview for just a magazine the other day, just a jewellery making magazine, and they asked me my favourite piece in Gemstone at the, they asked me what my favourite piece of jewellery I've ever made, and it was an all citrine piece.
Really?
Yes, I was thinking of that with the citrine we had on earlier. It was
the
all citrine and gold
orbs.
chain, actually, come to think of it.
The way it reflects that light is just, put it with a garnet, it's just a must.
Amazing.
To be honest, citrine is so complementary with a number of pieces. I can imagine why that looked so amazing, Linda, because of the gold, the illumination, the gold light.
Absolutely, it was literally just gold chain and citrine, and it was absolutely amazing.
Stunning. These are stunning. FHYY51, we've got to have a catch up with the designer decides. $5.95, buy 5, quite frankly. Get several. Doesn't matter if it's not your birthstone. Doesn't matter if you're not interested in making anything for anybody in November. It is just sumptuous. Make that design with that gold chain. It will be drop dead gorgeous. It will be stand alone. Just stunning. 80 carats. I'll be bringing you the garnet. I'll be bringing you the crimping pliers. We'll have a catch up with Linda. Our designer decides. She decided on tanzanite pearls and our silver stash. It is time.
Oh my word.
Finally. For my star buys, and then the star of the show. We'll have a chat with her. Let's start with the garnets. Look, just one more quick look. $5.95. $5.95 with that citrine. It's just heaven. It's meant to be. All available on the website as well. I'm going to bring you these wine-rich drops sent from heaven. Sent from the god Dionysus himself. Oh, and there's so many on this strand, Linda. This is longer than our other luxurious strands. Quick guesstimate for you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, close to 50 on that strand. Faceted. Garnet drops. 95 carats. Almost 2 carats each they're averaging if there's close to 50 there.
I think that is probably we said that about earlier on the Rainbow Moonstone, the best of that ilk.
Yeah.
That's the best garnet.
You're with me on that, definitely. I'm with you on that as well. And I only have 129 because Linda got one.
Yeah.
We did have 130 at the start. That was 4 hours ago. So please don't miss out. I'm so limited. These are the epitome of Christmas. They are the rich mulled wine reds. They are the gem of friendship. They're the most beautiful gift to give to a friend, someone that means the world to you. And because you've got so many, you can really afford to make that design deluxe. You can go, really go for it, really indulge. Make that nexus, the drops in between the pearls, fabulous. The drops in between the gold citrines, they've just gone with so much today. Make BDBs out of them, just have them cascading down chain. They're and when you get the light behind them, you get those mulled wine reds, you get the berry reds, you get the purples, you get all of that wonderful garnet richness that is so much more than just simply red. 95 carats. What would you do with them, Linda? Well, you've got a strand. What are you going to do with them?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going to look at them for a little while. It's my birthday present to me.
Yeah, your birthstone. Yes, in January.
They're graduated, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Well, you know the smaller ones on the end? I think a stone of that quality, all it needs is just a single drop on an earring, just the one.
Yeah.
And you'll know. People will see the spark. I mean, Noah was meant to lit the ark, wasn't he?
Yes,
with the garnet. So
that's right.
So it's got this absolute glow to it. That you will know immediately. That again is something special. Just that one tiny little drop at the end, just dropping from your ear. Absolutely amazing. You'll know you haven't overdone it, you've just kept it simple, and it will be absolutely amazing.
Beautiful. Let's bring you in that price, because you get that light behind them, as Linda said, and they will glow. You'll see the reds and the purples.
Oh my word.
I know, almost 50 on the strand, guaranteed 95 carats, $12.95, brand new today. I mean, it sends your jewellery searing to another level because this is your top class garnet.
I didn't know the price when I bought them, and that's
$12.95, yeah. We don't have 95 carats of any garnet, any design on Gems TV or rocks for this price.
No, I mean that would be
nowhere near it.
I mean, I bought that with it, and I didn't know the price. You know, I didn't know.
I didn't know what he was going to do either. I just was in love with the strand.
That is an absolute, dare I say,
it's like you said, see beyond to the jewellery, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Right, I'll bring as much as we love talking about it. I'm sorry to cut you off there, sweetie, because I've got to chat with you and your designer decides, but I want to bring in my crimping. In fact, while we're bringing you this in, I'm going to go and walk over to Linda. So these are my crimping pliers, which we know you love. A great stocking filler, another brand new today, and we can have a catch up with Linda. GDG X86. Then we'll get a price on these. We can talk about these and Linda's designs as well. The pliers are going to be $4.95 for the crimping pliers. And they literally are as they say, aren't they?
They are.
Get your crimps. They glitter.
Crimps. They're glittery crimping pliers.
A little bit thicker handle than our other ones, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're absolutely beautiful. And they really are a worthwhile tool to finish off. And sometimes finishing touches are the thing. And if you don't have any crimp covers or don't want to use crimp covers, then crimping pliers are the way to go because they make the crimp go tubular.
There we go. So a nice little extra, a nice little bonus to add. Well, my darling, talk to me about your challenge. The designer decides.
I loved it, and it's nice. Thank you for letting me choose that. But having said that, do you know what? You could have given me anything. Well, you should have given me everything, really, shouldn't you? Really? I mean, I came and it's a Saturday. I should have.
She came, she conquered, and she left.
No, pearls are stunning, absolutely beautiful. Just again, I've really used that box of. Set spacer beads and that tanzanite. Oh, that tanzanite.
Because there's one there, you've used some of you got 395
there's
of
one
the little
that's
rounds.
sort of more of a central,
lift that up.
A central one, and that is again a beautiful example of tanzanite. It's just the right blue for me for tanzanite.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's all the findings in the findings box, the silver stash box, the strand of the tanzanite. And then you've created a lovely weave. These look like they're floating.
The pearls are divine, aren't they? They really, really are beautiful. They've got that pearlescence and beautiful. It does. I mean, in tomorrow's show, I've got a pearl bundle which I've used to do combs. Now, I would have loved this strand of pearls. I have put a little necklace together, but I would have loved that to make a double strand. I didn't have enough left, but a double strand of pearl. So really. If we have any stock left, I think that particular pearl would look stunning in a simple stranded double.
I want
earrings,
these.
Well, what can you do with pearls?
I want these because they're dangly pearl earrings.
Yeah, keep them, and with that little sort of little bit of work that's done on that spacer bead up there that's catching the light. It finishes off. It's enough, and that pearl is just exquisite with it.
You've got your designer inspiration, delicate details findings box. Should have been close to £50, $34.95. The tanzanite strand is at the bottom of the screen, $27.95, and the pearl strand, which was already limited, we'll get up for you as well. They're gorgeous. It's all
very wearable.
Online. This is just beautiful, and you had so little time, but that tanzanite necklace, I mean, what would that retail for?
Oh, goodness knows, I wouldn't like to guess.
Goodness heavens above, it's just phenomenal. Now, don't forget as well, we had the gold chain, which was an incredible pick. I had less than 60, this was about 45 minutes ago. So just to let you know, this is still some available, and the pearls that Linda used in her designs in the gold, we had the large gold ones, there, and this is the gold flash copper chain. Now, we know Ed is going to bring us the live show at 5 o'clock. I want to say a big thank you, Linda, for your hard work with the Soutache and the Sari silk. He has got 2 kilometres of nylon thread. Can you text me in and let me know? These are called something special. Liz told me what they're called. It's something like a pug or a lug or a pie or a jug or something like that. They've got a special name. I like it called the school. She was obviously a seamstress in her time. But you've got 2 kilometres.
2,000 metres. This is how we're launching the show.
This is 5 o'clock. You've got to stay watching. Roll over the one postage and packaging price. Linda, when will we see you again, darling? Tomorrow morning. Talk about cracking that whip.
Just get the sleeping bag out there.
Yeah, on the shelf.
I'll see you Wednesday. Ed will see you in a few moments' time, so don't go anywhere. There's more to come.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more.